Donald Trump has always split the opinions of people around the world, and he has undeniably become the most controversial president in US history, with a long list of issues in the past.
Do you think the president is watching right now? I like to imagine him.
I don't want to imagine him.
I've got a lot of questions I didn't ask.
Is there anybody you'd like to apologize to right now yourself?
No.
But you're okay with some tough questions?
No, I'm not.
You're not okay with tough questions?
I want him to be fair. You don't ask Biden tough questions. I have no intention of running for president.
I hate what's happening to our country. I am angry.
I take responsibility always for everything because it's ultimately my job too. I have to get everybody in line.
We chase the trail where the truth might fall, one step closer to the dark. We're seeking answers, digging through the dust. Every secret's a ghost we can trust. Seeking answers where the silence rusts. The truth's a knife with the blood.
Donald John Trump was born in Queens, New York on June the 14th, 1946, the fourth of five to parents Fred and Mary Ann. However, at an extremely young age, Donald was raised in wealth, living in a 23-room mansion, and their father Fred, a real estate developer and businessman, paid each of their children $20,000 per year, which is around $265,000 today. Donald Trump was a millionaire by the time he turned 8 years old.
How much are you worth right now as you're sitting right here?
Zero idea, David. It depends on what's happening with the world and the market. But the $1 million for each person in the audience sounds like it could be an intriguing idea.
Yeah.
I don't carry a wallet. I have very little cash on me. I like to keep it that way. You know, it's very sad. I go to a restaurant, and almost every time they say, Mr. Trump, it's on me, the owner. Mr. Trump, it's on me. No charge, Mr. Trump. I never need cash. Now, if I was ever in trouble where I needed like a meal, I'd have to pay. I think $1 million is a lot of money.
No, you don't.
No, I don't, actually.
He attended the private Kew Forest School before his father sent him to a private boarding school, the New York Military Academy. But he was described as a rather difficult child, but showed an interest quite early on in his father's real estate business. At the academy, the school taught competitive nature, with Trump earning a B average. But by 1964, he began to show an interest in entering show business. However, he instead opted to enroll at Fordham University in order to remain closer to home. Trump took part in the Reserve Officers Training Corps program, attending classes in his military uniform every week, but he dropped out midway through his second year. He was described as being a mediocre squash and tennis player and dropped football after a few weeks, before he was introduced to the world of golf. During his junior year, Donald was transferred to the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania, where he would commute to his father's office on the weekends. During the May of 1968, Trump graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Economics. He would later claim to have been a top student during his college years, but in reality he wasn't, as he was far too occupied eyeing up a career in real estate just like his dad.
My father I think he was the most solid person I've ever met. And he was a very good person. He was a very, very good person. He was strong, but he was good. For her to say the kind of things, a psychopath, that he was a psychopath, anybody that knew Fred Trump would call him a psychopath. And you know what? If he was, I would tell you. And I would say, you know, Chris, I was with my father and it was impossible. My father he was tough. He was tough on me. He was tough on all of the kids, but tough in a solid sense, in a really good sense. For her to say, I think the word she used was psychopath. What a disgrace. She ought to be ashamed of herself. That book is a lie.
He was exempt from being drafted into the Vietnam War, claiming to have had bone spurs in his heels.
Oh, he's been lying his entire life. Everybody in New York knows that ever since he was a kid. And then he goes off and dodges the draft with a foot doctor who lies to get him out of the draft.
And despite spending 5 years in military school, he had no real interest in going either. Trump was heavily influenced by his father, who was a mentor to him, as well as the family pastor, Norman Vincent Peale, who Fred described as a king and a killer. It was in 1968 when Donald was hired by Fred's real estate company Trump Management, managing the middle-class apartment complexes that they had built in Queens, Staten Island, and Brooklyn. The younger Trump's job would be to collect rent from tenants and make repairs to the properties. It was during this time when he wanted to expand to Manhattan as well, believing that the prices would be higher, but his father refused. Trump would later claim that his career simply began with a small loan of $1 million from his father, which he would then pay back with interest. But he actually ended up borrowing at least $60 million, didn't pay it back, and also received a further $413 million from the company.
I built this empire, and I did it by myself. Nobody did it for me. Not Ivana, not Marla, nobody.
In 1970, Trump invested $70,000 of his father's money to receive billing as a co-producer of a Broadway comedy, but sadly he ended up losing all of the cash. The following year, he moved over to Manhattan in an attempt to move the business. Fred had made himself the chairman and Donald the president of the company, now overseeing 48 private corporations and 15 family partnerships. The pair used the Trump organization as an umbrella company for all of their other business ventures.
Someday I'd like to be poor, just for a little while, just to see who's going to remain loyal to me. There were specifically 24 or 25 people that I have earmarked who were very disloyal, who shouldn't have been disloyal. And I think that's the thing that I learned more than anything else, Nancy, was loyalty. Because I'm like this great loyalty freak. I'm loyal to a point of the absurd. I stay with people.
Donald also gained another mentor at this point, lawyer and prosecutor Roy Cohn, who taught him to believe that life was transactional. However, it was in 1973 when Controversies first entered the life of Donald Trump. The Department of Justice began an investigation and even held civil litigation against him, alleging that Trump's properties discriminated against black applicants and tenants. It was claimed that he wasn't renting the properties to any people of color. To test this, a white person was sent in as a test applicant and would be accepted, while a black person was then sent in asking all of the exact same questions only to be rejected. The property manager told the investigators that this was an order he had been given from his higher up, which was Donald Trump. This led to Donald countersuing them for $100 million, though this was dismissed and the case was settled, with Trump agreeing to no longer racially profile his tenants. However, he allegedly didn't stick to this agreement and in 1977 had to return to court due to breaking the decree.
Donald Trump said recently he has a great relationship with the blacks, though unless the blacks are a family of white people, I bet he's mistaken.
That same year, Donald Trump married Ivana Zelnichkova, having his first son, Donald Jr., not long after.
He treated me fantastic. I never had a problem. Donald was always polite, always outspoken,
despite
always
the details
providing.
that emerged after your divorce?
After my divorce, yeah. See, during the divorce, it was nasty because the lawyers were involved. In a minute, when the divorce was finalized, our financial agreement was done, we are friends. You know, we were together for 16 years.
Did he ever treat you badly in the marriage?
Never, never.
Donald always had a great head on his shoulder, and I saw the potential, really.
She's a very nice person. She's a friend. She's a lot of things.
In his spare time, Trump has claimed that he has never drank any alcohol, has never taken any drugs, and has never smoked a single cigarette. He reportedly said he only sleeps around 4 to 5 hours a night, and that golfing is his primary form of exercise, though he doesn't even walk on the course. He has said that he believes exercise is a waste of energy, and that the body is like a battery with a finite amount of energy, which is then depleted by exercise.
I don't like to think too much about what happened with Fred. With Fred, it was an alcohol problem, and it ultimately, all of what I'm saying led to alcoholism, and that indirectly just killed him. Fred used to tell me when I was very young, don't ever smoke, don't ever smoke, don't ever drink. See, he had these problems. He knew what the problems were. He couldn't solve them for himself, but he tried to solve them for me. I exercise a little bit, not as much as I would like to. I don't have time, really, and I do a lot of exercising because I walk around a lot. I'm doing a lot of things. Even when you're at a podium making a speech, and you're ranting and that's exercise. Don't kid yourself. That's you know, you're standing up for an hour and 20 minutes and you're speaking to a great audience. I'm not a big fan of shaking hands. And
how are you going to run for office and
maybe
not press the flesh?
Maybe we'll change something there. Look, if I have to do it, I do it. I'm not a big fan that when I'm having dinner and I'm eating and I'm ready to pick up a roll or something, and a guy walks out of a bathroom, he says, Mr. Trump, I'm a big fan of yours, could I shake your hand? Now, the good news is you don't eat the roll. That's the good news, okay? Which is always positive. But no, I am not a big fan of the handshake. I think it's barbaric. I mean, they have medical reports all the time. Shaking hands, you catch colds, you catch the flu, you catch this, you catch all sorts of things.
Do you email personally?
I don't do a lot of email. I don't like email. Every time there's an email, you have problems in courts and you have problems with a lot of things.
He did one email and he ended up in a deposition.
No, I don't do many either.
It was in 1978 when Trump first gained widespread public attention by launching the family's first venture in Manhattan by renovating the Commodore Hotel, which was derelict at the time, with the financing done by a $400 million city property tax abatement arranged by his father. In 1979, Cohn introduced Trump to political consultant Roger Stone to help deal with the federal government. Trump always felt like any litigation was a win, no matter the cost. And over the course of his entire career, he has been involved in over 4,000 lawsuits. The Manhattan Hotel was opened in 1980 under the name of the Grand Hyatt Hotel, and he then gained permission to develop Manhattan skyscraper Trump Tower as the main headquarters for their corporation, as well as his primary residence. In 1981, Trump and Ivana welcomed their second child into the world, Ivanka.
What is the most important thing in your life?
I think, generally speaking, family. I think that I think it's very important. Stability. I like to say continued economic success. You would always say the most important thing would be health for yourself and the people around you and the people that you love, because that's ultimately the most important thing. I try and spend as much time with them as possible, and I think that's important, and I think they see, and I think they also understand that my life is different than they're at an age now where they understand it. But I really spend, I think, as much time as you can spend under the circumstances in which I live.
You're able to peel away from work for
Absolutely, I have to. I mean,
every night?
If my son calls me, as an example, I'll always take his call no matter what I'm doing. I mean, I'll always take his call. I always feel that it's very important to be really with each other.
Donald had often claimed to be a Presbyterian, Protestant, or non-denominational Christian, though others are convinced that his behaviour makes it extremely unlikely that he is actually religious. In 1983, he made a few unsuccessful bids to try to buy the New York Mets and the Cleveland Indians baseball teams, but instead opted to purchase the New Jersey Generals for $6 million, though they folded 2 years later after Trump attempted to move them to an autumn schedule to try to compete with the NFL. In 1984, Trump's third child was born, Eric. That same year, his controversies continued as Trump called up journalist Jonathan Greenberg, pretending to be a Trump Organization representative named John Barron, attempting to get himself a higher ranking on the Forbes 400 list of wealthy Americans. Trump would very often self-report and exaggerate his own net worth. It was that same year when he opened Harrah's at Trump Plaza, with some financing and management help from the Holiday Corporation, though it didn't make a profit and he ended up having to pay $70 million just to gain full control of it. His business ventures continued in 1985 when Trump purchased the Atlantic City Hilton Hotel, renaming it to Trump Castle, as well as the Mar-a-Lago estate in Palm Beach, Florida. By 1986, he began to purchase blocks of shares in several different public companies, pretending that he intended to take over the entire corporation only to then sell the shares for a profit. It's believed that Trump may have actually made millions from doing this, but lost most, if not all, of those gains after investors stopped taking his takeover talk seriously. In 1987, Trump published his first book entitled The Art of the Deal, which some considered the move that made him an emblem of the successful tycoon, though it had been ghostwritten by Tony Schwartz. For most of Donald's life, he's been a Republican, and that same year he began to place full-page ads in major newspapers expressing his views on foreign policies and how he wanted to eliminate the federal budget deficit.
Are you a Republican, Donald?
I'm a Republican, yes.
So if there were politics, it would be as a Republican?
It would be, I guess, as a Republican, but I don't see that there will be politics.
Why the ad, then? I mean, you said you wanted to say it. There's a lot of ways you can say things. I guess an ad is one way. You could have called up shows like this who would have been trying to have you come on. Why now?
Well, it was very easy. I was tired, and I think a lot of people are tired of watching other countries ripping off the United States. This is a great country. they laugh at us. Behind our backs, they laugh at us because of our own stupidity. And the leaders, I mean, what we have a Persian Gulf situation. You saw what happened today. Billions and billions of dollars are being spent on getting oil for Japan, and they're not paying anything for it. Essentially, they're paying nothing for it. We have tankers going back and forth that our men are protecting, losing their lives. I mean, they're losing their lives, Larry. We're spending billions and billions on protection, and those tankers are going over to Japan. It's just preposterous. I watched the Kuwaiti oil minister the other day laughing as he was explaining how much money they intend to make with the Bridgeton, which has been a total disaster, the Bridgeton. And I said to myself, isn't that a shame? He's talking about how much money they're going to make, and here we are. He's smiling and laughing. Why don't we get some of it? Why is it that we're protecting? We have frogmen, we have helicopters, we have aircraft carriers, and all sorts of ships all over the Persian Gulf, so that this man and his little group can make a lot of money. I think it's ridiculous.
Well, one of the reasons we say we're doing it is because we've been doing it, and that all previous presidents have endorsed doing it. I guess the kind of thinking of an entrepreneur is because somebody else said it was right doesn't make it right, right?
Larry, the country is losing $200 billion a year. $200 billion. This country cannot continue to lose $200 billion. Japan is one of the wealthiest machines ever created. Saudi Arabia, and it's not, hey, let me tell you, I'm a big beneficiary of Japan. They buy my apartments in spades, they're fine people, but they're laughing to themselves as to what's happening over here. We're not kidding ourselves. They're laughing to themselves, Larry, as to what's happening with this country.
In 1988, he purchased the Plaza Hotel after receiving a loan from 16 different banks. There, he was the host of WrestleMania 4 and 5, gaining a friendship with WWF chairman Vince McMahon, who would also end up with his own long list of controversies and allegations over the years. His ventures into the political world began that same year when Trump approached political consultant Lee Atwater, requesting to be put into consideration as the running mate of George H.W. Bush. But Bush himself found this strange and unbelievable.
Why did you go public?
Because somebody had to, Larry. I watch it again, and it's a very important point. Japan is a money machine. Saudi Arabia is a money machine. Kuwait, these are money machines, the greatest ever created. The United States is, if it were a corporation, it would be bankrupt. It's losing $200 billion a year. For years now it's been losing that. What right do we have to go out and defend? Why aren't these countries, these wealthy money machines, paying us for the defense of their freedom and their nations? Why aren't they paying us?
We are kind of the world's keeper, are we not?
I don't believe we should be. I think Japan should certainly make a contribution. Japan is one of the reasons they're so successful is they don't have to worry about defense, because why should they worry about defense when the United States will do it for nothing? I mean, it's crazy. Saudi Arabia, I mean, you saw what happened with Saudi Arabia. We're going through the Gulf. We have old-fashioned, obsolete minesweepers. We ask Saudi Arabia for the use of their minesweepers, which are the best made, the most modern, the best, and they say no. Who are they to tell us no? We're not going to give you our minesweepers. It's ridiculous. They're only there for the sake of us as far as that's concerned. We are protective of Saudi Arabia. They should pay for that.
Are we going to be hearing more from Mr. Trump on issues like this as we go along?
I really don't know, Larry. This is an issue that's been bothering me. It's been bothering a lot of people that I know, and I think it's an issue that had to be brought out to the fore. The concept of America financing and paying and losing lives for countries that won't even allow us to use their ships. And these are the countries that in 24 hours they'd be wiped off the face of the earth if it weren't for America. It's ridiculous.
I think it would be really a big mistake for the United States to attempt to tax its allies for protection, because that would demote them to the role of a client state of the United States. And secondly, I think it'd also be pretty unconstitutional, because the Congress has the authority to raise armies and support them with taxes for the defense of the United States, not to be hired out as a mercenary force.
Well, number one, it wouldn't at all be unconstitutional. And number two, if you're talking about taxing, I'm not talking about taxing. I think that people should make a contribution, and a major contribution, other countries, to this country for what we're doing to keep their freedom and to keep them free and to allow them to be free. And would you rather have that, or would you rather see this country to go totally bust in another couple of years because this country cannot afford to defend Japan and every other country in the world? It just cannot afford it.
It wouldn't be a tax. It would be more a payment in kind, like for landing space at airports, right?
It would be, you could call it anything you want.
Yeah.
To be perfectly honest, I don't care what it's called, but I think that Japan and all of these other countries should certainly pay. They can well afford to pay.
He purchased the Trump Taj Mahal in Atlantic City, which took around $1 billion to complete. He bought the Eastern Airline shuttle with $380 million after 22 bank loans, to which he named the Trump Shuttle, and he soon established the Donald J. Trump Foundation. He would donate his own money into the charity but soon stopped, though his friends, one of which included Vince McMahon, continued donating millions of their own. This foundation donated money to health and sports-related charities. However, years later it was reported that the charity may have actually committed several violations. According to the New York Attorney General, they had violated state law by soliciting donations without submitting to the required annual external audits, and they were forced to dissolve. The New York General's office filed a civil suit against them, and Trump was forced to pay $2 million to a group of charities for misusing the funds, which it was later revealed went towards his future political career.
What's the drive, Donald, that you don't have to do this anymore, that keeps you wanting to build more and more?
Well, it's a creative process. I enjoy the creative process. I like building things. I like building beautiful buildings. I like doing other things. I've been doing a lot of other things. It's a creative process, Larry, and it really gives you something to do with your life, and it's something that you can feel fulfilled and proud of when you're finished, if you do a good job. I was at the highest of all pedestals, the hottest in the country, the highest point. Everything I touched turned to gold immediately. Everything I did turned to gold, and life started getting boring. And then one day, the pedestal was knocked out from under me.
As the 90s rolled around, his business ventures continued as he won the right to develop a 70-acre tract in the Lincoln Square neighborhood near the Hudson River. But now, the allegations began to increase. In 1990, Donald Trump was caught having an affair with actress Marla Maples, leading to him and his wife Ivana divorcing.
I think that putting a wife to work is a very dangerous thing. I mean, we'll do an educational program here, okay? If you're in business for yourself, I really think it's a bad idea to put your wife working for you. I think it's a really bad idea. I think that was the single greatest cause of what happened to my marriage with Ivana. Ivana would get angry at somebody over the telephone all of a sudden who was at the casino, and she'd start shouting. And I'd say, I don't want my wife shouting at somebody like that. I really don't want that. And a softness disappeared. There was a great softness to Ivana, and she still has that softness. But during this period of time, she became an executive, not a wife.
But his ex-wife then claimed that he had raped her. According to her, he visited her plastic surgeon, where he then began to get incredibly angry, ripping her hair from her scalp and then violently assaulting her. While Trump called this allegation obviously false, according to the book Lost Tycoon: The Many Lives of Donald Trump, Ivana did confide this story in many close friends at the time. However, years later she retracted this claim and stated that it was nothing more than a figure of speech. In her words, on one occasion during 1989, Mr. Trump and I had marital relations in which he behaved very differently towards me than he had during our marriage. As a woman, I felt violated as the love and tenderness which he normally exhibited towards me was absent. I refer to this as rape, but I do not want my words to be interpreted in a literal or criminal sense.
Donald never touched me. I mean, barely. Never really, we never screamed. There was no, even during the divorce, there was no screaming, slamming the doors, nothing. It was just, question of the money. And Donald took the divorce as a business. So once that one was out of the way, we were 100% okay.
Regardless, in 1992, Trump sued Ivana for violating the confidentiality clause by discussing their marriage in the book. She would later change her story and admit that the two remained the best of friends. I have recently read some comments attributed to me from nearly 30 years ago at a time of very high tension during my divorce from Donald. The story is totally without merit.
Out front now, former president and chief operating officer of Trump Plaza Hotel and Casino, Jack O'Donnell. He's also the author of the book Trumped, the inside story of the real Donald Trump, his cunning rise and spectacular fall. Jack, good to have you back. So when you learned, when you say that when Trump learned you were writing this book, right? You were writing this book back in 1990. Then one of his lawyers reached out, tried to pay you off. Tell me what happened.
Unannounced at my office, I was working for Merv Griffin by then. The attorney showed up at my office, walked in unannounced, and said he wanted to talk to me. He said, "We've heard about the book. We want to know what we can do to have you kill it." What do you need? And I said, Joe, I don't need anything. I said, the book is way beyond that point, and I need to write this book anyhow to set the record straight on a few issues. But he clearly was offering money if I would kill the publication of the book. Immediately, during that conversation, when he realized that I would not take money, the threats started right then and there, face to face. The attorney then told me that he was sorry that that was my position, and that what they were going to do next was that they were going to go out on a campaign to try to ruin my marriage by creating stories that I was having affairs. They also went on to say that they were going to ruin my career professionally, and they were going to try to tie my business ethics into a customer who was allegedly an organized crime member, and made it very clear to me that they were going to ruin my life, right then and there. After that time, and I did report that to the Division of Gaming Enforcement in New Jersey the next day, because I thought the threats were so serious. But the threats didn't stop after that, Aaron. They continued. I got not only anonymous threats, but I was told by another executive in the organization to be careful, that I was being followed 24/7, that they were going to do anything that they could to get their hands on that manuscript.
That same year, Trump Plaza and Trump's Castle both filed for bankruptcy protection, with a reorganization plan being approved a month later, with the banks now taking full control of the property. But the allegations continued. Jill Harth claims that in 1992 she attended a dinner with Trump and her boyfriend at the time, George Howrenay. According to Harth, Trump attempted to put his hands between her legs beneath the table.
He had his hand on my thigh that made its way quickly up my dress, touching my private parts. It was shocking. That shows how brazen he was.
Under the table while your boyfriend takes the photo?
Yes.
In another incident, they headed to his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida for a contract signing celebration, which is when Trump offered her a tour before pulling her into his daughter's empty bedroom.
He wanted to have the business meeting in the bed. He's a big guy. He was forceful and he pulled me into the room. I was pushing him off and I was like, would you stop it? I didn't come here for this. I was angry.
Why not go to the police when all of these things were happening to you?
I put up with it because we were doing this deal and I wanted to make this deal happen. He is pushing me up against the wall, forcing me to kiss, forcing a kiss on me, and again with his hands all over my body and up again my dress with the hands.
In her words, I was admiring the decoration, and next thing I know, he's pushing me against a wall and has his hands all over me. He was trying to kiss me. I was freaking out.
It turned into a wrestling match. He was starting to kiss me. He had his hands all over me. Again, he had his hands up my dress.
She claims that she begged him to stop before she was able to get out of the room, and despite planning to stay there for the night, she soon left with her boyfriend. Harth claimed that not long after she became engaged, but that Trump started to stalk her.
Here I have Donald Trump calling me, saying, I love you, I want you to come up and see me.
He said he kept trying to grope me under the table, and I said, what are you talking about? And he said maybe he was just playing. No, he was not playing no game. This was dead serious.
I was getting scrutinized like I was a piece of cattle. He wanted me to get a boob job.
At the time, Harth and George were working with him on a proposed beauty pageant venture called the American Dream Festival, though this never materialized. It was around the same time when Trump, his siblings, and his cousin John W. Walter all formed the All-County Building Supply and Maintenance Corp., which had no office and was instead allegedly a shell company to pay vendors by providing services and supplies for Trump's rental units, which would then bill those services and supplies to Trump management. In 1993, Donald Trump married his second wife and former mistress, Marla Maples, to which they had one child together named Tiffany.
I think it was a little bit surprising. We really anticipated getting married and having a baby, not having a baby and getting married.
So why didn't you marry her right away when you found out she was pregnant? Why did you
Indecision.
Indecision.
Really indecision.
I was like, you're destroying my reputation again here. You know, it's already happened once of just loving you. Look what happened just because I loved you. And now, you know, not to be married before we have the baby? Oh my God.
I create stars. I love creating stars. And to a certain extent, I've done that with Ivana. To a certain extent, I've done that with Marla. Unfortunately, after their star, the fun is over for me. It's like a creation process. It's almost like creating a building. It's pretty sad.
By January 1994, the Trump siblings formed the Apartment Management Associates, taking over the management fees which had formerly been collected by Trump management, working to transfer the assets from their father to themselves to lower the tax burden. However, that same year, they really began to suffer with debt. Trump had sold the majority of his interest in the Lincoln Square venture to investors, who had financed a project as Riverside South. He was around $900 million in debt, forcing him to sell the Trump Shuttle airline, his mega yacht named the Trump Princess, and several of his businesses just to stay afloat.
Nobody's bailing me out. I bail myself out. I think I've done a really great job of getting out of trouble.
Trump never filed for personal bankruptcy, though his companies filed for bankruptcy protection 6 times and continued to operate, all while the banks restructured the debt and reduced his shares. Over the years, the banks had lent him around $4 billion, to the point many refused to give him any more. In 1995, he converted the Mar-a-Lago estate into a private club with an initiation fee and annual dues, living in a wing of the home himself. He began buying and building golf courses, founding Trump Hotels and Casino Resorts, though these later went bankrupt as well. That same year, he had defaulted on over $3 billion bank loans, so a large number of his properties, including the Plaza Hotel, were seized, once again avoiding personal bankruptcy. But undeterred, in 1996, he continued his spending, purchasing the Miss Universe pageants.
Now, you've revitalized the beauty pageants.
Yeah, I think I've done a good job.
Made them more interesting to home viewers. And what was the key to that? What was the one thing that you needed to fix?
Well, Miss America made the bathing suits one piece, very large, and you weren't allowed to wear shoes. What I did is I made the heels higher and the bathing suits smaller, and it was amazing.
Buying and renovating a mostly vacant 71-story skyscraper at 40 Wall Street, which would later become Trump Building, as well as the Trump International Hotel and Tower in Chicago. By 1997, Jill Harth filed a lawsuit for breach of contract and the aforementioned sexual harassment. Years earlier, the beauty pageant plan had fallen through, and she claimed that Trump had backed out of the business agreement, despite her and her boyfriend investing time and their own money into it, with Donald failing to honor his contractual commitment.
You've never been in serious trouble, have you?
Not that kind of
No, and I think that says volumes about you and the kind of person you are.
Well, I hope so, but I hope I'm not going to be in that kind of trouble.
The breach of contract case was settled out of court while she withdrew her sexual assault claims, though she always maintained that these were genuinely true.
To have his staff say that I'm making this up, I feel like he was trying to leave me again for roadkill, and that's not happening.
But I have tremendous respect for women.
Have you ever done those
women
things?
Have respect for me, and I will tell you, no, I have not.
He lied, and it made me angry. It made me angry that he did that.
According to Harth, she received therapy for a few years afterwards, but admitted that she contacted Donald Trump's political campaign years later to get a job as a makeup artist, selling his cosmetic product line, stating, "Yes, I had moved on, but had not forgotten the pain he brought into my life. I was older, wiser. Trump was married to Melania, and I had hoped he was a changed man. I'm a makeup artist. The guy is a mess, okay? He really needed my services, and I'm a makeup artist that needs a job. if I was on friendly terms, why wouldn't I try to get that job?"
I was trying to get a job with him. Maybe it was not well thought out.
Why send those emails?
I'm a freelance makeup artist. I'm trying to get work, and I was being nice.
It was in 1999 when Donald Trump and his second wife, Marla Maples, divorced. It was on June the 25th, 1999, when Trump's father Fred fell ill and passed away from pneumonia at the age of 93. The following year, Trump was briefly a candidate in the 2000 Reform Party presidential primaries, but withdrew after just 3 months.
Well, I think the country's going to be great. It's the greatest country ever in the world, and I think we have a great future. It's going to continue to be a terrific country. We love it.
And does that mean that you're going to run for president, or has this just been putting your toe in the water or gaining a little more publicity for the Trump empire?
Well, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it seriously, Tom. I mean, polls have shown good. The ratings certainly show good. A lot of things show good. So we're looking at it, and I think I do a good job
We'll let you know probably in February.
In 1999, a group of people wanted me to run. I never wanted to run, and I never was a big believer in the independent party at that time. And I was lucky that I didn't do it because they really self-destructed. I love our country. Our country is going to hell. I think a lot of people are going to be very happy.
So you're going to run?
I'm not going to say that, but I think people are going to be happy. I, for the first time, really would think about it, and I am thinking about it, and it doesn't mean I want to do it, and I'd prefer not doing it. I'm having a lot of fun doing what I'm doing. It's a great time to be buying things, and I'm buying a lot of things and really having a good time. But I hate, I'm very proud of this country. I'm very proud to be an American, and frankly, I hate what I'm seeing. I hate that friends of mine from Europe, from Asia, from all over the world, they're telling me stories about this country. The National Enquirer, of all folks, did a poll recently, and they said I'd win the election. So I don't know if that's true. I don't know if it's not true.
What's it going to take for you to get in?
Well, I'm going to make a decision probably by June.
You're worth more than $1 billion. How much are you willing to spend?
Oh, I'd spend a lot. Yeah, I'm worth a lot. I'll spend a lot of money. At the same time, I want people to invest in my campaign. But I will spend a lot of money. I will spend tens of millions of dollars of my own money. I'm not going to be running. The party is, as you know, self-destructing. Jesse has left, and that's a problem. And so I will not be running.
Not running for the nomination of the Reform Party, or not considering any run for the presidency this time around?
Not considering a run.
Nothing could change your mind with that?
No, totally not.
When you say the party is self-destructing, what do you see as the biggest problem with the Reform Party right now?
Well, you've got David Duke just joined, a bigot, a racist, a problem. I mean, this is not exactly the people you want in your party. Buchanan's a disaster, as we've covered. Jesse's a terrific guy who just left the party. And I'm sure you feel this way, because I know your feelings on Bush, certainly, and I was never a big fan either.
No, you
but
said
I know
he was
your feelings also
you
on
told
the war.
me you told me he was a disaster once, and I after that I fell madly in love with you.
Well, no, I thought he was a disaster. I thought he didn't do a good job. I thought he had an opportunity after the World Trade Center to really make this country into a popular place. And, the world loved us for the first time. They used to fear us, then they used to dislike us, and then they loved us for a very brief period of time, and we had a chance to really translate that into something good. And he just blew it. He went into Iraq, which was not the group that knocked down the World Trade Center, by the way. I can tell you that group. It certainly wasn't Iraq.
No.
In fact, Saddam Hussein, whether you like him or don't like him, he used to kill terrorists. That was not a haven for terrorists. Now they're training terrorists in Iraq. That becomes the Harvard of terrorism. I've always said, Matt, that I would run if I thought I could win, and in order to win...
Not only the nomination, but the presidency.
The whole thing. I don't want to get 20% of the vote, and I think I could, and I know I could get the nomination. I mean, New York wants me, Texas wants me, many of the states want me, and they're rather devastated because they don't like the alternatives. But I always said, and I said to you, if I could win the whole thing, you can only win the whole thing with a totally unified party. Maybe people will pay me $10 million to live in a building that I built, but they won't pay me 2 cents to press a lever saying Trump for president. That's possible. The other night I was sitting at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida, watching television, and I was watching Gore on a freezing evening knocking on a door saying, "Hi, I'm the vice president, I'd love your vote," and he's freezing. And I'm watching McCain, and I'm watching Bush, and they're all working so hard. And I said, it's not such an easy life they have, as I'm sitting in, 75-degree weather.
Can you ever see yourself working that hard?
It's a different kind of work. I work up here. It's a different kind of work. But it's a real possibility.
We're back to the flirtation here.
Well, I always flirt.
Are you or aren't you?
I don't know, but I know one thing. If I do, I'll be back on your program, right?
On August the 7th, 2000, Trump's mother Mary passed away at the age of 88. In 2004, he began a short-lived radio show called Trumped and would also appear frequently on Howard Stern's own show. Though the pair would make inappropriate comments towards Lindsay Lohan, who was only a teenager at the time, as well as contestants in Trump's pageants.
What do you think of Lindsay Lohan, Howard?
I think she's hot.
There's something there, right?
Yes.
But you have to like freckles. I've seen a close-up of her chest.
Yes.
And a lot of freckles. Are you into freckles?
If the father's a wreck, like the way he is,
right,
You imagine the sex with this troubled
Yeah,
teen?
you're probably right. She's probably deeply troubled and therefore great in bed.
Back in the day.
How come the deeply troubled women,
Yes.
you know, deeply, deeply troubled,
Right.
they're always the best in bed? If for some reason what I said is true, I mean, they're just unbelievable.
I can tell from the...
You don't want to be with them for the long term, but for the short term, there's nothing like it. The last couple of years, I go out with somebody, and she's like 21, and she's talking about, you know, what are you doing? And she's studying algebra. And,
So what?
And it's like, it was always embarrassing for me to walk in. It's too young. 30's like a perfect age.
Absolutely. She has enough life experience.
Until she's 35.
Too much life experience.
What is it at 35, Howard? It's called checkout time.
And you're probably, I would say, the greatest judge of beauty on this planet. In fact, I would create a TV show for you where all you did was just judge women.
Now, that may be the best idea of all.
It's a simple thing. It's a half hour, and we strip it out all over the
I would
country.
say I'm the all-time judge.
Well, she is terrific in bed. Now, she wouldn't want me to say that, but she is. But
Is it the amount of positions she knows, or is it the oral? What is it?
Well,
I mean,
you know,
specifically.
she's just overall terrific.
Do you think you could now be banging 24-year-olds?
Oh, absolutely. I have no trouble.
Would you do it?
I have no problem.
Yeah, do you have an age limit, or would you...
No, I have no age. I mean, I have an age. I don't want to be
The
like
upper bracket,
Congressman
yeah.
Foley with, 12-year-olds.
Do you feel that in some way you helped make him president?
Absolutely. Because Donald would come on my show. I mean, look.
Does it make you feel bad or good?
Well, look, I did not vote for Donald Trump. I go into great lengths in this book, and I think people will be interested in this. Hillary Clinton, like in Moby Dick, I was chasing her. She was my obsession. I wanted to see Hillary Clinton win. And I thought if she had come on the show, the way I helped Donald was I let him come on and be a personality. Whether you liked him or not, people related to him as a human being. You own this pageant, you go over, you're meeting the girls this night. One of them comes up to you and says, Mr. Trump, you're a very sexy man.
You're a beautiful man. You have fantastic hair.
Well, you're a powerful man. Right? You're a powerful man.
Right.
I want to sleep with you. Now, you're not the type that would say no.
I don't want to hurt their feelings.
Right. No, but I mean, you see a beautiful woman, you want to have that. You're a guy who likes to have everything, right?
Well, couldn't that be construed, however, as
Conflict?
yes?
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later
The
on.
question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And,
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting.
Right,
I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything
doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
I wonder what she's thinking. Maybe if he sees her, she'll get a job.
What is the schoolgirl outfit? Is Donald into underage girls or something?
I don't know.
What's she trying to say here?
Hi, introduce yourself to the audience, please. Yeah, there's a schoolgirl outfit.
Yeah, there it is.
Beautiful intern. Introduce yourself to everyone.
Hi, Howard. I'm Jennifer.
This is Jennifer. Jennifer, you're a college student, right?
Yes, a graduate student.
All right.
Graduate student.
Good.
And
I like
what?
that. And what are you graduating in?
Journalism.
Journalism. So what was your thought here? I mean, I know you're anxious to hand Mr. Trump his release. You've requested to do that, and I have no problem with that. He likes a pretty girl. But the schoolgirl outfit, what are you thinking could happen if Trump sees you?
It's just cute.
What?
It's just cute.
No, I mean, what do you think? I mean, why
But
Trump?
You wore that specifically for him. You were
Yeah.
thinking about meeting Mr. Trump today.
Who said that?
Oh, no?
Mm-mm.
Oh. Yeah, I guess I thought you were requesting to meet Mr. Trump.
Oh, I did.
You did?
Request to do his release.
Well, I can't hear you. What?
I did request to hand him his release.
Yes. Well, why?
Because I think he's brilliant.
Oh, so in other words, by handing him his release, maybe something will go on?
No.
Job?
That would be nice.
That would be nice. All right, I'm just trying to figure it out. That's all. Yes.
What do you want me to sign, Jennifer? Okay. Can I use your back? I love this. This is fun. Using Jennifer's back to sign a release. I could do this all day long. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Mr. Trump.
So how was it? You got
That's
to
amazing.
have Mr. Trump sign the release?
He signed it like that.
And how did it feel?
Amazing.
How did he look to you?
Look awesome.
Really?
Yeah. I think he liked the outfit.
You think he did?
He became the host of The Apprentice, which only spread his fame further, earning him $400 million for playing what has been described as a highly flattering, highly fictionalized version of himself. In 2005, Donald Trump married his third wife, Slovenian model Melania Knauss, to which he had one son the following year named Barrett.
As a person, as a man, what's the best thing about him?
He's a loyal man.
And what's the worst thing about him?
I don't have the worst thing.
Well, there has to be something. Nobody's perfect.
I don't have it.
Well, I think I'm a great father. I have fantastic children, 4 great children. And I believe in family, I believe in marriage, I believe in religion.
You said you value family?
I do value family. In fact, I think the biggest disappointment was that I haven't had the kind of marriage that I had hoped I would.
His list of various businesses continued to grow, co-founding Trump University, selling real estate seminars for up to $35,000. However, this was actually illegal. The word university was used, but it wasn't actually an academic institution, so it wasn't allowed and needed to be renamed to the Trump Entrepreneur Initiative. This business received a $40 million civil suit against them from the state of New York for allegedly sending false statements and defrauding customers. Internal documents were found to reveal that employees had been instructed to use a hard sell approach, with former employees admitting that they were encouraged to lie and defraud students, though Trump would later agree to pay $25 million to clear all lawsuits. In 2007, Trump's status continued to explode, receiving a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame for his work on Miss Universe, though the beauty pageants would later come to an end due to his ongoing controversy, as well as appearing frequently on WWE television in a feud against longtime friend Vince McMahon. By 2011, Trump was starting to genuinely consider a presidential run, at the time against Barack Obama, but ultimately decided against it.
What do you think of the president's first year?
Well, I think the expectations were so high that people are now disappointed. But you have to see what's going to happen from now on. I think right now he's at the edge. It's going to go one way or another. Healthcare, he pulled back. He said now, we have to give Massachusetts their vote, which was a very smart thing for him to say, but that may kill his healthcare plan. Boy, he has devoted an entire year and all of his capital to this one particular situation that a lot of people don't want. I really like him. We'll have to see how he does. On a personal basis, I like him. I think that it's going to be right now he's at that tipping point. It's going to go one way or the other. I am absolutely serious about conceivably running for the office of president, and if I run and if I won, I think I'd be a really good president.
Prepared to take that roll out of your pocket, take the rubber band off, and start counting out real money?
Well, as I've said, I'd be prepared to spend $100 million on the race if necessary.
I mean, if you were in the president's shoes right now, and you didn't have to worry about Congress, and you could say, designate or require the banks to do the A, B, or C. I mean, is there an easy fix here?
Well, you have to give the banks incentive to lend. Now, then you get into a very complex situation. Are they lending on good projects? Because we've been there where they lent on lots of bad things.
Right.
But you have to give the banks incentive to lend. And over the years, I've watched bankers get huge commissions on deals that were just done. They should get the commissions 5 years later on deals that were just done and worked, as opposed to that didn't work. I mean, they were making deals that they probably even thought were bad deals just to pick up a commission, and half of them picked up these huge commissions and then left and went to another bank. So you have to create incentives for the banks and the lending institutions to do what their name is, to lend. If I run, I'm running as a Republican. Depending on what polls say, and I'm a believer in polls, if I lost as a Republican, right now I'm winning, but if I lost as a Republican, it's so important to get Obama out. He's going to go down as the worst president in the history of this country. If I thought I could win, only win, I'm not in it to beat Ross Perot and get 19% as opposed to 18%. Maybe I'd consider it, but the problem with even considering it is that I would only take, because I'm very conservative, I'm very, very conservative, I would only be taking from, this wouldn't be like somebody running who's got some liberal tendencies and you sort of split it or you take from the other party. I would only take from the Republicans. And that would absolutely cause a loss for the Republicans. I mean, this would be an Obama dream. So I think it's highly unlikely that I would do it. Now, if the polls show that I win easily as an independent, that's a different thing. But either I win or a Republican wins. We cannot let Obama win.
So when you see Donald Trump on the television wanting to run for the presidency of the United States, what are you thinking?
My first thought, the first time I saw it was, I remember like hearing it or walking past him and like, taking another step back and looking, what is this idiot up to now? And then just walked away. Like it was so far beyond the realm of what I thought was possible that I didn't even entertain it. I was just like, oh, this, what is he doing? I thought it was just a PR stunt and that he was gonna have a new TV show or book or something.
Number one, he would never spend the money. He would not spend that kind of money to lose, and he knows he would lose. He's getting what he really wants, which is to be treated at a higher level.
Would you go so strong to say he doesn't have a prayer?
I would say he doesn't have a prayer, yes. To me, there are marketing situations which, as we say, the impossible is impossible. This is one of them.
I was disappointed because I felt that I thought he was very attacking of other members of the party, which I thought was very disrespectful.
I think he's a con man and ought to go back to New York.
Why?
Because he's coming out here just trying to destroy our party.
I am very disappointed in Obama. The world does not respect us, and I know you like him, but the world does not respect us. They don't look up to us anymore. And I can tell you, Joy, that on a very impartial basis, the United States is failing badly. China is eating our lunch. What they're doing to us is unbelievable, and they're laughing all the way to the bank. You look at countries like even Mexico, where they're taking companies in Iowa, they took a really good company, Maytag, moved it to Mexico, and a certain town in Iowa, Newton, Iowa, is absolutely devastated and really having hard times.
However, by June, 4 years later, he announced that he would be doing so, though Trump began to gain a reputation of giving out statements that were suggestive or just completely false. During the campaign, his long-term personal physician Harold Bornstein wrote that Trump would be the healthiest individual ever elected to the presidency, though he later admitted that Trump wrote this letter himself. Despite now attempting to become the most powerful man on the planet, in April 2016, an anonymous woman going by the pseudonym Kate Johnson filed a lawsuit claiming that she had been raped by Donald Trump and his long-term friend Jeffrey Epstein when she was 13 at a party in Epstein's home back in 1994. Those closest to them confirmed that they often competed for young women, and they were filmed at a party in 1992 with a group of Buffalo Bills cheerleaders, and can be seen whispering into Epstein's ear several times. Epstein even attended Trump's second wedding with Marla Maples. Court records confirmed that he had flown on Epstein's private jet at least 7 times over the course of 4 years.
By the way, I never went to the island. I never had the privilege of going to his island. And I did turn it down, but a lot of people in Palm Beach were invited to his island. In one of my very good moments, I turned it down. I didn't want to go to his island.
And Trump himself even told New York Magazine in 2002 that, "I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it. Jeffrey enjoys his social life." Though he would later deny that they were ever that close, despite several eyewitness accounts.
Have you ever had a personal relationship with Donald Trump?
What do you mean by personal relationships?
Have you socialized with him?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights.
I'm just devastated over what's happened. He's been a friend for a long time. A great guy.
Was he at your wedding?
Great guy. He was at my wedding. And
who did he bring to the wedding?
That's a tough question. Why can't they ask a nice, simple business question?
I'll get to that.
The woman wrote, "I loudly pleaded with Defendant Trump to stop, but he did not. Defendant Trump responded to my pleas by violently striking me in the face with his open hand and screaming that he would do whatever he wanted. Defendant Trump threatened me that were I ever to reveal any of the details that Defendant Trump's sexual and physical abuse of me, my family and I would be physically harmed, if not killed." She later failed to turn up in court, and this case was dismissed. After an investigation, it turned out that this case had been organised by Norm Lubow, who according to The Guardian has been associated with a range of disputed claims involving celebrities including O.J. Simpson and Kurt Cobain. Norm admitted that he filed the lawsuit under a fake name, but maintained that Kate Johnson was a real person with a real story, though many doubted its legitimacy.
Very tough in terms of libel laws because the media is so protected, and it's ridiculous that they're so protected, but they can write virtually anything. The difference is, with me, at least they pay some price. And I think more people should have that attitude, and I think you'd find a lot more accurate reporting, including yours.
Well, it's been very unfair from the day I won, and I really say from far before the day I won, from the day I came down the escalator with our future First Lady, who's doing such a good job. To be honest with you, I think it probably started from there. It's been a very, very unfair process. The Mueller report, Russia, as you say, which was total nonsense. It was all nonsense. The whole thing was nonsense. But it was a very unfair, and mostly it was unfair to my family. I mean, my family suffered because of all of this, and many other families suffered also. It was it's a very serious thing. It should never happen to another president.
It was during his presidential campaign when adult film actress Stormy Daniels was accused of having an affair with Donald Trump a decade earlier.
You were at a golf tournament in Lake Tahoe. You noticed Trump looking at you on the course. He approached you in the gift room. He asked for your number, asked you to have dinner with him. You told him you would meet him in his room. He asked you to meet him in his room. You assumed you'd be going out to dinner. When you got there, he was in pajama pants. You went there expecting something totally different.
Yes.
You didn't expect he would proposition you.
He didn't proposition me.
No, I guess he didn't actually say anything.
Yeah, no, he didn't, and he didn't try to pay me.
And he seemed,
which is one of the things that's very frustrating, that people assume that I was paid for that night, and I absolutely wasn't. And I didn't even turn down money. He didn't even offer.
And if he had?
I would have definitely said no and been way more upset.
Look at those hands. Are they small hands? And he referred to my hands. If they're small, something else must be small. I guarantee you there's no problem. I guarantee.
You seem to like him from the first reports, in that he was polite, he was a good conversationalist.
Oh, he was a pain in the ass for the first 20 minutes.
Well, you did spank him, I must admit.
Yeah, after we sat down, who was in charge, he got better and better. He became more human, that's for sure. Because at first he was very much the caricature that you see on TV and that I was, expecting.
So you walked in the door and you basically met a very domineering man.
Yeah.
And you had to sort that out.
Oh yeah, and I sorted it very effectively and swiftly.
Well, you slapped him on the backside with a copy of a magazine with his face on the cover.
Mm-hmm.
That could have gone two ways.
It could have gone a lot more than two ways.
You weren't, when you did that, you didn't think.
I remember thinking in that moment, okay, well, here's the great story I came for. I just spanked Donald Trump with a magazine and now I'm gonna leave. But then, he became nice, because I had every intention of immediately walking out afterwards, because I was pretty irate at that point.
While the interview with Daniels took place in a magazine in 2011, it wasn't published until 7 years later.
I was invited to dinner, and I was starving.
Yes.
And so I showed up, and he wasn't even, he was like, just come here. I figured we were gonna go to a restaurant in the hotel, or take a cars. I don't know. But I showed up dressed in a lovely cocktail dress and had put some effort into looking nice. And I show up and he's in his pajamas and doesn't look like he's hungry at all.
You could have left, I guess, immediately.
Mm-hmm.
What kept you there?
At first I thought maybe he was just running late. And then I told him to go put some clothes on. And so he did. At this point, I'm still assuming he's gonna put clothes on and we're going to leave. So I hovered, and it was this beautiful penthouse hotel room, very lovely, and probably at that point the nicest room I'd ever seen. So while I looked around and was like, oh, this is really pretty. The last hour and a half that we were talking, it was just like you and I are talking now. He had stopped trying to impress me, and he didn't put his hand on my leg or compliment you know, my appearance, you know, these things that would have dropped hints and I would have immediately caught up on, or, you know, it was just, I was very unprepared. And then he came out and just immediately started like, oh, have you seen, like, you know, how, just talking about himself. And it was just super irritating. But I was also, didn't want to be rude myself. So I stayed. And once again, I was very hungry and he promised me food.
Yes,
very food motivated.
I know food is important to you. But when you emerge from the bathroom, he's down to his Y fronts and socks. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
There is a gap in my understanding of what I think I know about you just based on reading. Why did you have sex with him?
I have no idea.
Even after all this time?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Because you are so capable.
I am now.
Of slapping him again.
It changed that day. I walked out of there and was never afraid to say, get your freaking hands off of me. Never, like, not that I did that. Like, I want to be very clear. I didn't, you know, he didn't physically, you know, overpower me or,
Yes, you say you weren't a victim.
No, I'm not a victim. I'm a victim of myself. I never said, no, don't touch me, or I'm leaving, or I don't want to do this.
Regardless, she ended up filing a lawsuit against him, claiming that although she had signed a non-disclosure agreement, Trump himself never signed it. So therefore, it was null and void.
I know you either do or don't have a non-disclosure agreement, which, if you didn't have a non-disclosure agreement, do you have a non-disclosure agreement?
Do I?
You can't say whether you have a non-disclosure agreement, but if you didn't have a non-disclosure agreement, you most certainly could say, I don't have a non-disclosure agreement. Yes?
You're so smart, Jimmy.
Thank you very much. Okay. So
it does end, and we all know how it ended with you having to agree to hush money.
Which was the best day of my life. I was so excited that day because the other thing that is really annoying is that people think that I approached them or that I asked for money or extorted the president. I would be in prison if that happened. Don't you think they would have had me arrested a long time ago? There is no evidence of me reaching out or asking for money because it absolutely did not happen.
But when it came to you,
they approached me out of the blue. And don't you think as a businesswoman I would have negotiated a better price? I just wanted it to not come out. The money, and I didn't get the amount that people are saying that I got. You gotta remember, like, lawyers took fees. Like, I got a significantly smaller amount than that number that's mentioned.
And she also claimed that his attorney was trying to intimidate her to stay quiet. According to her story, they only had sex once, but she was then threatened in front of her daughter and forced to sign an NDA. It was later discovered that Trump's personal lawyer, Michael Cohn, had paid her $130,000 to deny this.
Don't you think I would have asked for more?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not stupid. I could have, yeah, if I go big or go home. No, all I wanted was to stay, you know, like, keep it quiet. And I honestly thought it was Christmas when I was like, this is amazing. The money, they could have given me $10 and it would have just been the icing on the cake. Like, I was just excited that, like, fuck yes, like, no one's gonna know. This is perfect.
Finally, this is gone.
Finally. But that there is a record of them acknowledging this happened so that if something terrible happened to me or my family, there are witnesses, there is a trace. You know, they can't hurt me because this deal has been made. I'm protected, and at the same time, no one's ever gonna find out. I remember being, shit, I should go to the police. And a lot of people have asked me why I didn't. Well, I was specifically told not to say anything to anyone. And if you go to the police and I make a report and I say what the guy told me, the very next thing they're gonna ask me is, well, why would someone say that to you? So if I'm not supposed to tell anyone, you want me to tell the police that's gonna make it a police report that is public freaking record. Like, that's telling the universe immediately. So I was very much pleased with saying nothing at all, which is what our agreement was. I was not fine with lying. And they approached me, to make these statements that were lies. Because at first, I was very explicitly told, if someone asks you about this, don't even say no comment, because no comment is a comment. Just stay mum. Say nothing. I was like, perfect, because I don't want to say anything. And I don't want to admit it, but I also don't want to be a liar. Like, I tried to be very honest, and it made me feel uncomfortable to lie. And a lot of people think that I flipped back and forth and was lying and this and that. No, I was the only one doing what the contract said to do.
The FBI raided Cohen's office to seize all emails, tax documents, and business records, which proved that the payments had actually been made. Cohen himself admitted that he had made the payment from his personal bank account, though Trump and his associates maintain that the affair never happened.
The President of the United States denies all this.
He can deny it all he wants.
So when you wrote this, when you told of these details, what were you expecting?
In the book, you mean? Or?
Well, what reaction did you expect from him?
Well, not for him to be honest, come on. Why would I lie about that? If I was gonna lie about having sex with someone famous, Brad Pitt, here we go. And I would pick somebody way less embarrassing than Donald Trump. Are you kidding? Now no man is ever gonna want to date me. I'd have at least picked somebody cool.
Undeterred, Trump went to social media and called her a liar, leading to a further lawsuit for libel charges, though this was dismissed due to the First Amendment of free speech.
You made some good observations before you left, and you wrote about them. Why did you do that? Why did you choose to tell us the intimate details of Donald Trump's genitals?
To prove that I'm not lying.
It was during this presidential run when several women came forward to make similar allegations, and they began to pile up. One of which was businesswoman Jessica Leeds. She worked for a paper company in the early 80s and was on a flight from the Midwest to New York when a flight attendant offered her an empty seat in the first-class cabin next to Donald Trump.
They served the meal, and after it was cleared, he jumped all over me and started groping me and kissing me and this. And at the time, I remember thinking, why doesn't the guy across the aisle come to my aid? Why doesn't the stewardess come back? But nothing was said. I didn't say anything. I don't remember him saying anything.
How did he first? You had been talking at lunch while you were eating?
A little bit, not a lot, not a lot.
And he just turned to you?
Yeah.
And did what?
And started grasping me and pulling me and groping my breasts and trying to kiss me. But it's when he started to put his hand up my skirt that I managed to wiggle out, because I'm not a small person. And I also managed to remember my purse and went to the back of the airplane, and that was the rest of the flight.
He was like an octopus. His hands were everywhere. It was an assault. She shared her story with the New York Times, but a spokesman for Trump, Jason Miller, called it complete fiction and nothing more than political motivation. For this to only become public decades later in the final month of a campaign for president should say it all.
I did not complain to the airlines. I did not complain to my boss. That was not done. There were all sorts of silly things that would happen on airplanes, like guys, you want to join the Mile High Club? I mean, these were things that, at that time, we tolerated.
Trump threatened to sue the Times and demanded a retraction, which they refused to do. However, former British Conservative County Councillor Anthony Gilberthorpe was on the same flight and admitted that he saw nothing like the woman was claiming took place, though he had previously made false allegations towards other politicians himself as well. According to the Times, they did verify the story with friends and family members first, just to confirm that this had been reported at the time. But attorney Michael D. Cohn denied it happening, claiming that the accusers were women who Donald Trump just wouldn't have found attractive in the first place.
He groped me. He absolutely groped me. And he just slipped his hand there, touching my private parts.
He turned to me and embraced me and gave me a kiss on the lips. And I remember being shocked, and because I would have just thought to shake somebody's hand, but that was his first response with.
It was a real shock when all of a sudden his hands were all over me. But it's when he started putting his hand up my skirt, and that was it. That was it.
The person on my right, who unbeknownst to me at that time was Donald Trump, put their hand up my skirt. He did touch my vagina through my underwear.
As the women walked across the table, Donald Trump would look up under their skirt and, comment on whether they had underwear or didn't have underwear. I didn't want to have to walk across the table. I wanted to get out of there.
Then his hand touched the right inside of my breast. I felt intimidated and I felt powerless.
Lana was standing right next to him when he touched my butt.
When we entered the room, he grabbed each of us tightly in a hug and kissed each one of us without asking permission. After that, I received another call from either Donald or a male calling on his behalf, offering me $10,000. His actions are a huge testament to his character, that of uncontrollable misogyny, entitlement, and being a sexual assault apologist.
I'm, sitting there in my robe and having, my makeup and hair done and everything, and he comes walking in, and I was just like, oh my goodness, what is he doing back here? I saw him walk into the dressing room.
He just came strolling right in. There was no second to put a robe on or any sort of clothing or anything. Some girls were topless, other girls were naked, waltzing in. When we're naked, or half naked, in a very physically vulnerable position.
It continued when Kristen Anderson informed the Washington Post that Donald Trump had groped her under her skirt in a nightclub in Manhattan in the early 90s. She was an aspiring model at the time and did tell friends and family when it happened, but only decided to come forward publicly when others did.
I was sitting on the couch with my girlfriends.
This was at a club?
It was at a club, and I was talking to them, and next thing I know, there's a hand up my skirt. And I basically just pushed the hand away, turned and looked, got up off the couch, and we all moved. It was very packed. There were people everywhere, as it was then. And, I recognized the eyebrows right away, and I turned to my girlfriends, and I was like, look at this dude. And they're like, oh, that's Donald Trump. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's Donald Trump, the eyebrows. And I was like, he just stuck his hand up my skirt. Ew. And then we just sort of went off on the rest of our night. We moved, and that was that.
Did he say anything to you before or after that, or during it?
No.
This supposedly took place at the China Club, which Trump did frequently attend and had a habit of picking up women there.
Could I have said something? Maybe, but who am I going to tell? So I go to the club manager and I say, Donald Trump put his hand up my skirt, and they'll be like, yeah. And they'll go to him and say, did you do this? And he'll say no. And then where do we go from there? It's kind of like where we are now. So it's, he's saying no, and there are a ton of women saying yes, and more will come out, because if it was that nonchalant, there's no way he didn't do it to many other people.
Former Sports Illustrated model Stacey Williams joined the list, alleging that Trump had groped her back in 1993 while Jeffrey Epstein watched. She admitted that they were really good friends back then and had spent a great deal of time with each other beforehand.
I want to point out that I was polygraphed before I did all this by one of the most renowned examiners in the world. Michael Wolff has hundreds of hours of interviews with Jeffrey Epstein where Jeffrey confirmed to Michael what the two of them did to me long before I came out and told you all of this. The second he was in front of me, he pulled me into him, and his hands were just on me and didn't come off. Then the hands started moving, and they were on the side of my breasts, on my hips, back down to my butt, back up, sort of then, they were just on me the whole time. And I froze. He was always talking about Donald. It was his bestie and everything. And he was joking about how Donald thought I was hot and Donald thinks I'm this or whatever, wants to talk to you. And he was telling me this as we were taking a walk down Fifth Avenue one day. And he said, let's stop in and see him at his offices. So we went up to his office in Trump Tower. And within a couple of minutes, Donald was outside of his door. And his hands were all over me. They were on my breasts, they were on my butt, they were on, my hips, up and down, while the two of them just kept
having a normal conversation. I don't remember exactly what was in the conversation. Again, this was, we're talking 90, this is 93 now. It was something about, it was irrelevant. It was like, oh, Stacey's career's on fire. She just did Sports Illustrated again, blah, 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 blah. And they were back and forth, smiling and grinning and carrying on a conversation while Donald ran his hands all over me. And when that happens in broad daylight in someone's office and an assistant's walking back and forth, you're in shock. If it happens in a dark alleyway, right, you defend yourself. But when it's hidden in its brazenness like that, which is Donald Trump's forte.
Swiss model Beatrice Kuehl informed the Daily Mail that Trump had also assaulted her in his New York Plaza hotel suite. Another was Sonia Morgan, who was Sonia Tremont at the time, who, according to Lisa Boyne informing the Huffington Post, had been invited to dinner with Trump as well as modeling agent John Casablancas and 5 or 6 other models. The story is that he made them walk across the table while he looked under their skirts and would describe if they were wearing underwear or not. However, when Sonia was questioned about this, she admitted that the dinner did take place but denied memory of this behaviour coming from Trump. Boyne also claimed to have informed her roommate Karen Beatrice on the night of the dinner, but once again Beatrice was questioned about this and denied everything. Kathy Heller came forward to report that Donald Trump had grabbed her and forced kisses on her back in 1997. According to her, she attended a Mother's Day brunch with her kids, husband and in-laws on the Mar-a-Lago estate when she was introduced to Trump. However, she claims that when she avoided a kiss from him, he became angry and grabbed her and tried again. But she turned her head and he forcefully kissed her on the side of the mouth for a little too long. This story was also corroborated by her husband and children. But Heller was a public supporter of Hillary Clinton and only spoke up during Trump's campaign, leading his administration to deny all allegations and continue to claim that they were politically motivated. Temple Taggart McDowell was Miss Utah USA, who claimed that back in 1997, she received unwanted kisses that made her and one of her chaperones uncomfortable, to the point she demanded to never be left alone in a room with him. Once again, Trump denied knowing the woman and claimed that he is reluctant to kiss strangers on the lips. However, it's worth noting that McDowell was a Republican, and this couldn't have been politically motivated.
It was during the rehearsal at the Miss USA competition that year, and he had walked in and my dad had seen him and he just introduced himself and then introduced me, and the first time it was just like a kind of a quick hug and a kiss on the lips, and I was shocked just because I was like, what was that? I've never had anybody greet me like that. And I just almost wanted to wipe my mouth just because I felt awkward and kind of embarrassed, and then I just kind of excused it as, well, I guess maybe that's how people on the East Coast greet each other. I was very naive and young at the time, so.
And it wasn't a public place. I mean, your father saw this happen.
I mean, it was just at the rehearsal. So, I mean, there were a few parents around, but it was mostly contestants there and people on his production team.
So then you had a chance again to meet him at Trump Tower.
I did.
And this time it was similar but also different. So what happened then?
It was different, but it was similar. Yeah, I was there with 2 chaperones. He had invited me out there. He said he was going to introduce me to Ford and Elite modeling agencies, and that he told my sponsor that I had a huge career ahead of me and a great look. And so I was excited to go out there and see what I could do. So I went out there, sat outside. His receptionist called him back, and when he came out to greet me, he gave me another embrace and a kiss. It was a little different this time. It kind of felt like, it just felt like a little bit more to me. So I felt awkward, and I just remembered in my mind going, what does he think this is? Like, I'm thinking, he's married, this is awkward for me, he's much older, this is not at all what I came here for. So to me it was like, I hope he knows that I'm here for business, I'm not here for anything other than business.
And it did impact you?
It did, yeah. At that time, for sure it did.
Former model Amy Doris had attended the 1997 US Open with Trump, along with her boyfriend Jason Bin. And Jason described Trump as, at the time, his best friend. She accused Trump of forcing his tongue down her throat, touching her all over her body and holding her in a grip from which she could not escape, while ignoring her pleas to stop. His hands were very gropey and all over my butt, my breasts, my back and everything. I felt trapped. It felt like there were tentacles on me that I couldn't rip off. I was trying to get his arms off of me, and they would not come off because I wasn't strong enough. Amy informed her mother, friends and therapist over the years, corroborated by friend and fellow model Karen Bernstein. But Trump again maintained his innocence.
It was September of 1997, and I was invited by Jason Bin, who I was dating at the time, to go to New York, and part of that trip was going to the US Open. We ended up with Donald Trump, you know, I went to his office, I was at his home, the Versace Memorial, like various events in a span of a few days. You know, he was very flirty, came on very strong right away. You know, it seemed, you know, kind of typical of certain guys, you know, people who just feel like they're entitled to do what they want and flirt. And even though I was there with my boyfriend, we pulled up at the US Open and we got out of the car. There were people asking for autographs from Donald, and then I actually even signed some autographs myself. At first it was like, I was fine, and then you know, I was just meeting people, and it was nice. I was getting a lot of attention from everyone because I was like a new person. In the box with Trump, there was a lot of executives. Mary Lou Whitney Vanderbilt, who was a socialite and part of the Vanderbilt family, and her husband. I was talking with them quite a bit. I went to the restroom, and which, by the way, there's a door that you go through, and the restroom is hidden behind it, so it's not visible to anybody that's in the box. When I came out of the bathroom, Donald was waiting outside the bathroom, and initially I thought that he was waiting to go to the bathroom, but that wasn't the case, unfortunately. I don't remember what he said, but he was said something, but I was just like, no, and I was like nervous laughing, like, no, you know, get away. But then he just grabbed me, and he just shoved his tongue down my throat, and I was pushing him off, and then that's when his grip became tighter, and you know, his hands were kind of like very gropey and all over, you know, my butt, my breasts, my back, like everything. But he was just like, his grip was hard, you know, you couldn't pull away. I was pushing his tongue out of my mouth with my teeth. It was pretty traumatic and jarring and shocking. It felt like it went on for a long time, but it probably didn't, I don't even know. But I couldn't get him to let go. I've always described this as like it felt like an octopus was hugging onto me. I know a couple other people have said the same thing. But it's truly what it felt like. You just picture those suction cups on an octopus, and they're stuck on you, and there's like, you're trapped. That's how I felt. I felt trapped.
And did you tell him to stop?
Yes, I did. But it was like, clearly no meant yes.
Another accuser was yoga instructor and life coach Karina Virginia, alleging that in 1998 Trump grabbed her arm and touched her breast as she waited for a ride after the US Open in Queens, New York. She claimed that this was her first time meeting him when he approached her with a small group of men commenting on her legs.
He then walked up to me and reached his right arm and grabbed my right arm. Then his hand touched the right inside of my breast. Don't you know who I am? That's what he said to me.
However, this story was retold by attorney Gloria Allred, and according to Trump spokesperson Jessica Ditto, this wasn't a reliable source, as she had been desperately trying to support Hillary Clinton and doing anything in her power to attack Donald Trump. Another story came from Karen Johnson, who claimed to have attended a New Year's Eve party at his Mar-a-Lago estate, where he then grabbed her by the genitals, pulled her behind a tapestry, and forced a kiss onto her, which she did tell friends about at the time. Allegedly, for days after the assault, he then kept trying to call her, despite her having never provided her number, and offered to fly her out to meet him, which she declined. Then there was Mindy McGillivray, who claimed that when she was 23 years old in the early 2000s, she was groped by him from behind at Mar-a-Lago. All of a sudden I felt a grab, a little nudge. I think it's my friend Kevin Davidoff's camera bag. That was my first instinct. I turn around and there's Donald. He sort of looked away quickly. Davidoff was able to confirm that she pulled him aside a few moments after to tell him, "Donald just grabbed my ass." She claimed to have stayed quiet and to not have reported the incident, though she did tell close family and friends, only speaking out when he denied the other allegations by the other accusers. While Trump and his representatives denied the claims, pointing out that there's no evidence behind any of them, Davidoff's own brother Daryl was at the Mar-a-Lago estate with them that day, and he was convinced that he had made up the entire story. I do not believe it really happened. Nobody saw it happen, and she just wanted to be in the limelight. Rachel Crooks was 22 at the time and a receptionist for the real estate investment and development company Bayrock Group based in Trump Tower in Manhattan. According to her, she came across the future president in an elevator in the building one morning and introduced herself. Trump shook her hand, but he refused to let go and then began kissing her cheeks and on the mouth. It was so inappropriate. I was so upset that he thought I was so insignificant that he could do that. However, Trump denied it, replying, "Who would do this in a public space with live security cameras running?" It's also been noted that Crooks was a huge supporter of Hillary Clinton as well.
I'm not surprised, that he would deny the allegations because that seems to be his common response, but my response is it absolutely happened. President Trump is the one that seems to be immune to all of this for whatever reason. Apparently we don't want to hold the president accountable, but I think if anyone should be held accountable, it should be him.
Another accuser was Canadian author and journalist Natasha Stoynoff, who had visited Mar-a-Lago in December 2005 to meet Trump and his wife. Allegedly, during a tour of the estate, he then forced himself onto her. We walked into that room alone and Trump shut the door behind us. I turned around and within seconds he was pushing me against the wall and forcing his tongue down my throat. I was stunned, and I was grateful when Trump's longtime butler burst into the room a minute later as I tried to unpin myself. According to her, Trump repeatedly told her, "We're going to have an affair, I'm telling you." Donald again denied the allegation and pointed out that Stoynoff had been interviewed about the tour in an article for People magazine and had never mentioned the assault taking place. Furthermore, Stoynoff also claimed to have met Melania on 5th Avenue, which she denied, but this was corroborated by Lisa Hertz, who was a witness to the meeting. 6 witnesses confirmed that she had told them of the assault at the time, but the butler, Anthony Senecal, denied it, saying, "I don't burst in, I knock, then I go in, usually after someone says come in, and when I went in there was nothing strange about where she was standing." It was also pointed out that the room in which this supposedly took place in had windows everywhere, so it was considered unlikely that Donald would have attempted to assault someone in clear view of anyone outside.
Donald Trump said, quote, "Look at her," implying that he doesn't find you attractive. What do you say to that?
I don't take that insulting in a personal way, but I do take that as an insult to other women, to all women, but especially to women who have been severely sexually assaulted. I think that he's saying there that only pretty women get assaulted. Is that what he's saying? It's hard sometimes to decipher what he's saying, but that's how I took it, and I think that I was using the word dignity before, but I think no man of dignity would speak that way.
Another story came from reporter Juliette Huddy, who alleged that she was in an elevator in Trump Tower with him and his security guard before he forced a kiss on her. I was surprised that he went for the lips, but I didn't feel threatened. Whatever, everything was fine. It was a weird moment. He never tried anything after that, and I was never alone with him. Jessica Drake came forward to accuse Trump of sexually assaulting her by grabbing her in for a hug and kissing her and 2 of her friends 10 years earlier. She was an adult film actress who had met him at her company's booth during a charity golf tournament at Lake Tahoe. She claims to have been invited to meet with him at his hotel suite, but she was uncomfortable and brought 2 friends along. She claimed that they left after 30 to 45 minutes but began to receive phone calls from him or his associate asking her to join him in his suite for $10,000 and offering to fly her out on his jet back to Los Angeles, but she declined. I am not looking for monetary compensation. I do not need additional fame. I understand that I may be called a liar or an opportunist, but I will risk that in order to stand in solidarity with women who share similar accounts. While Trump initially denied knowing her, once again a photo surfaced showing otherwise, though he maintained that the story was false and ridiculous and that the picture is one of thousands taken out of respect for people asking to have their picture taken with Mr. Trump. Donald maintained that he didn't know her and would have no interest in ever knowing her, and that the story was just another attempt by the Clinton campaign to defame a candidate. Trump denied the allegation and even said, "Oh, I'm sure she's never been grabbed before." It continued with Nini Laaksonen, who was previously Miss Finland and had appeared on David Letterman with Trump, but she claimed that before they went on the air, he grabbed her rear end. "He really grabbed my butt. I don't think anybody saw it, but I flinched and thought, what is happening?" Cassandra Searles was previously Miss Washington USA and claimed that he had fondled her without her consent during a pageant. Model and actor Andy Lucchese and an anonymous fashion photographer came out to claim that Trump often attended and took part in sex parties that were filled with underage girls, some as young as 15, promising to advance their careers and offering them drugs. Things weren't improving, as in May 2016, the New York Times published an article where reporters Michael Barbaro and Megan Twohey interviewed 50 women who had worked with Trump during the beauty pageants. As it was written, their accounts, many relayed here in their own words, reveal unwelcome romantic advances, unending commentary on the female form, a shrewd reliance on ambitious women and unsettling workplace conduct, according to the interviews, as well as court records and written recollections. The interactions occurred in his offices at Trump Tower, at his homes, at construction sites, and backstage at beauty pageants. They appeared to be fleeting, unimportant moments to him, but they left lasting impressions on the women who experienced them.
His behavior is despicable. Maybe not personally to me. Like I said, he wasn't horrible to me. But since that night, there's been a decade of him being a total chauvinistic, horrible human being.
We can work hard. We have to work hard. If I win, I'm going to have to work so hard. But we're going to make, and I've said it, we're going to make the country better than it ever was. And we have a chance of doing that. Better. I don't mean just bring it back. We have a chance at making it better than it ever was.
I want him to be held accountable for the things he's done and that he's doing and the bad decisions he's making and for all the people that he's hurt. I can't say with authority that those other women that have claimed abuse against him is true. I have no knowledge of that. I am not going to presume to make a judgment. I just will say if those stories are true, which I'm leaning towards they very well could be, then he deserves to be held accountable and pay the price. I am also not comfortable with the fact that the president gets to play by a different set of rules than the rest of us.
Though others have doubted this, with some saying they had never known Mr. Trump to objectify women or treat them with disrespect, maintaining that they had never received any unwanted advances. Vice President Jill Martin, who was also the assistant counsel at one of his companies, claimed that Trump was always supportive of her and her role as a mother, and Bulgarian immigrant who competed in the 2009 Miss USA pageant Laura Kirilova-Shukanov said that he helped her make some connections for a documentary that she was working on about her home country. Though Mariah Bilardo, who was former Vermont Team USA, confirmed that the stories did in fact happen. I remember putting on my dress really quick because I was like, oh my god, there's a man in here. According to her, Trump replied, don't worry ladies, I've seen it all before. At one point Mariah confided in his daughter Ivanka, who replied, yeah, he does that. According to Miss New Mexico Teen USA, Trump conducted a dressing room visit and the youngest contestant in there was only 15. Bridget Sullivan, who was formerly Miss New Hampshire USA, claimed that as she was preparing for a television broadcast, Trump walked into her dressing room to wish them good luck, but they were all naked at the time, which he has continuously denied despite his public admittance. Though Carrie Prejean-Boller, former Miss California USA, denied it and claimed that it was wrong to paint Trump this way, with a representative of the man saying, these accusations have no merit and have already been disproven by many other individuals who were present. Another contestant who wished to remain anonymous also claimed that he had walked into the dressing room unannounced. He just barged right in, didn't say anything, stood there and stared at us. He didn't walk in and say, oh, I'm so sorry, I was looking for someone. He walked in, he stood and he stared. He was doing it because he knew that he could. According to Miss North Carolina USA Samantha Carol Holvey, Trump's conduct was creepy around the women participating, but he never made an advance towards her. Before events, he moved into areas where she and other contestants were getting ready. I had never been around men that were like that.
What has he ever done for women? And I think that we really need to focus on the fact that the people in his administration knew about this abuse way before now. They've known for months and they didn't do anything until the nation got a hold of it, until the media got a hold of it and brought it to light, and now they're resigning because it's a black eye on the administration. But these guys shouldn't have lasted this long. They should have been fired months ago when it was first found out.
I want him to be investigated and through due process and held accountable just like he was you or me or anyone else. And if found guilty and evidence supports it, then absolutely. take him down in flames.
Whenever we came out in December asking for Congress to investigate the president on his past of sexual misconduct, and he called us all liars. And he said that he had never met most of these women before, and then you start seeing pictures of us with him. And especially in my case, I was simply confirming his own words, the story that he himself told on Howard Stern, bragging about going backstage. So, you know, how can you call me a liar when I'm confirming your own words?
You know men well.
I do.
You read them. You got a sense of him.
I thought I did, but the person that he is now, I'm pretty confident in saying is a very different person than the one I met years ago.
Donald's ex-girlfriend Roanne Brewer-Lane was heavily quoted throughout, but she took issue to this and accused the paper of taking her words out of context, maintaining that she was flattered and never once insulted by the man. A spokesperson for Donald Trump responded, they talked to 50 women and managed to put 7 or 8 in the story. Over half of them had great things to say. The one that had great things to say, they twisted it and called her debased, which is not how she feels. Though the paper itself denied it and claims that Brewer-Lane was quoted fairly, accurately, and at length.
My heart stopped. I was deceived. I put one on and went out to back to the party with him, and that's when he made the comment. You know, he just said, now that's a stunning Trump girl, is what he said. I told the Times that I was flattered by that comment. I was shocked and flattered by it.
So you weren't offended, you were flattered.
Exactly. The exact opposite of what they depicted. I never saw Donald Trump be disrespectful to a woman. I met a lot of women when I was with him, a lot of that worked with him, for him, and a lot that did not. And he was very gracious to every one of them.
They are really the inspiration. They are so powerful and so important and so beautiful. I'm not allowed to use the word beautiful, but I'm using it anyway. Usually it's the end of your political career. If you say a woman's a beautiful woman, they say that's the termination of his career, but somehow it hasn't hurt too much.
It was claimed that the unnamed woman may have dropped the case entirely on her own accord, but they maintained that this was not due to any interference from Donald Trump. What caused outrage was that other people like Harvey Weinstein, Kevin Spacey or Dan Schneider were blacklisted from Hollywood for sexual allegations, but Donald Trump didn't seem to be faced with the same consequence. You can't work in Hollywood if you're a sexual predator, but you can become the commander-in-chief. He eyed me like a piece of meat. I was shocked and disgusted. I have never felt so objectified. I left the meet and greet hoping that this would be my one and only encounter with him. But even during his presidential rise to power, Trump's words and policies began to cause further controversy. He described NATO as obsolete, and he wanted to renegotiate the US-China relations and strongly enforce all immigration laws. He wanted energy independence but was against climate change regulations, modernizing services for veterans, repealing and replacing the Affordable Care Act, abolishing the Common Core education standards, investing in infrastructure, simplifying the tax code while reducing taxes and imposing tariffs on the importance of companies that have offshore jobs. Trump intended to increase military spending and extreme vetting, as well as banning immigrants specifically from Muslim-majority countries. He planned to build a wall on the Mexico border, making Mexico pay for it, and promised to deport millions of illegal immigrants to the UK, criticizing birthright citizens, describing them as anchor babies. Some have claimed that his racist and sexist comments were an attempt to win over the votes of white people, as he had even claimed that Mexican immigrants were bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists. At this point, Donald Trump was fired from his job at The Apprentice.
Donald Trump has been saying that he will run for president as a Republican, which is surprising since I just assumed he was running as a joke.
Dating as far back as the 1970s, as explained, Trump had a history of racist allegations. Furthermore, the 1989 Central Park jogger case showed 5 black teenagers and 1 Latino being accused of raping a white woman. They were all proven innocent, but Trump still maintained that they were guilty.
Do you think Donald Trump is racist?
I do.
You do?
And I'll tell you why. It's tough to say that somebody is not racist when they're doing all the racist things. You know, sometimes I feel like we need to invent like a racism Richter scale. Because racism in America is such a loaded word. It feels like people are more afraid of being called racist than actually being racist.
Nobody wants to be called racist.
No, people go, don't call me racist. I might do these things, but you don't call me racist. If Donald Trump chooses an advisor who has a platform that specifically caters to a movement that is neo-Nazi and white supremacist, then what do you call that? People go, I don't say the N-word, and I don't hang anybody, so I can't be racist. And I go, well, there's levels.
Why do you keep calling this the Chinese virus? A lot
Because
of
it
people
comes
say
from
it's
China.
racist.
It's not racist at all, no, not at all. It comes from China.
You say, and this is you quoting Trump, quote, I've got black accountants at Trump Castle and at Trump Plaza, black guys counting my money, I hate it. The only kind of people I want counting my money are short guys that wear yarmulkes every day. I think the guy is lazy. And it's probably not his fault because laziness is a trait in blacks. It really is. I believe that. It's not anything they can control. I mean, just let that sink into everybody for a moment, Jack. And then let me ask you a very just important question, I think. Did you write this down right after? I mean, was that off a tape? I mean, you put it in quotes. Is that truly in quotes? That's what he said?
Yeah. Yeah, I did write that down, Aaron, right after it happened. And also when I came back from that meeting at Trump Tower in New York, this was prior to the accident, and I was the President Chief Operating Officer, but I had a gentleman, Steve Hyde, that I reported to, and I told him about it because I was concerned because that was really the first time that it became crystal clear how Donald thought about black people.
But do you favor stopping people on the street?
I think, what are you going to do? I mean, you're going to stop people to see whether or not they're supposed to be there. And I personally, as a citizen, I wouldn't mind. I really wouldn't mind. I would not personally mind.
Would you mind if people from Slovenia were stopped if they looked funny?
Well, I think everybody needs to have papers, and be legally here. So we need to have papers if we go anywhere else in the world. So people need to have also the papers here.
I've known him a long time, and in all the time I knew him, I never heard anything from him that I could ever construe as being racist. Some of his comments in recent weeks, particularly at the weekend, they're borderline racist, Yvonne. Whichever way you look at it, they're inflammatory and they're unpleasant. Is he a racist in your experience?
I don't think Donald is racist at all. Sometimes he says the things, which are silly or he doesn't really mean them or something like that, but he's definitely not racist. I'm sure of that.
Why does he say them then?
Who knows?
Who is our biggest foreign adversary?
I would say China. They're an adversary. They're a competitor. They're a foe in many ways, but they're an adversary. I think what happened was disgraceful. Should never have happened. They should never have allowed this plague to get out of China and go throughout the world. 188 countries. Should never have happened.
The president has responded by calling her a loser, a lowlife, and a dog, among other things. Do you think his attacks on Omarosa are racist?
Well, I absolutely do. I think that maybe, people associate the negative connotation of a dog with a woman when they say, when they use it that way. So I think that's normal. But I think combined with Omarosa being a woman and an African American, I think he's used it very strategically. And listen, he does have a very long history. He is a racist through and through. He doesn't have to use the word N-word for it to become very clear what he is. And I think in this case,
him use that word
I think he used it very
right?
strategically.
The N-word itself, just to be clear.
Aaron, to be clear, he never used that word in front of me. And the multiple times that he talked negatively about blacks, Puerto Ricans in particular, and women, and also, by the way, people with lower economic capability. He talked very derogatively about all four of those groups of people.
Can I quote
but he never
Jack
did use that word.
Okay.
Nationwide, blacks are twice as likely, fewer in absolute numbers, but in terms of per capita, blacks are twice as likely to be shot and killed by police as whites are. In Minneapolis, over the last 5 years, police used force against blacks at a rate 7 times that against whites. Can you understand why blacks would be angry at that?
Of course I do. Of course I do. Many whites are killed also. You have to say that. I mean, many whites are killed. Our children are taught in school to hate their own country and to believe that the men and women who built it we're not heroes, but that we're villains.
When LeBron James opened the I Promise School in Akron, which provides free tuition, free transportation to and from school, free breakfast, lunch, and snacks, GEDs and job placement services for parents, and a fully funded college enrollment to the University of Akron for every graduate.
See stories of kids that's going through the same thing that I went through, it even makes it even more of like, yes, we did this. This is why we should have did it.
Trump did not applaud him, rather questioned his intellect in his favorite forum via an age-old tactic with racial undertones. As Eugene Scott puts it,
the president is using a common talking point from white supremacist communities that black people have less intelligence than white people. He uses stupid and ignorant very often when attacking his black critics, opposed to actually entertaining their argument.
Similarly to Congresswoman Waters.
Maxine Waters, a very low IQ individual.
The language connects up with some of the deepest stereotypes about race that suffuse our culture, said Cal Berkeley law professor Ian Haney Lopez. When Colin Kaepernick protested for racial injustice along with Michael Bennett, Kenny Stills, and other NFL players, Trump said this.
Wouldn't you love to see one of these NFL owners, when somebody disrespects our flag, to say, get that son of a bitch off the field?
More racial undertones. But when Megan Rapinoe, the freedom-fighting activist, knelt and chose to stay muted during the anthem, Trump brings up criminal justice reform and black unemployment. More on that in a second. Says he's a big fan of the American team and invites her to the White House. What a double standard. As for low black unemployment, the ubiquitous talk of it is a way to shield Trump from accusations of racism, says Clarence Lusane, chair of the political science department at Howard University. He tweeted, if a player wants the privilege of making millions of dollars in the NFL or other leagues, he or she should not be allowed to disrespect the flag, essentially saying, we allowed you to get out of a bad neighborhood and make millions, so you must obey, shut up and play. He declared war on black America a long time ago. This is not new, civil rights activist DeRay McKesson said, and he's right, from attacking black journalists.
What a stupid question that is.
To saying immigrants from Haiti all have AIDS, and 40,000 Nigerians, once seeing the U.S., would never go back to their huts. To still saying the exonerated five should have been executed. To saying of Nazis,
very fine people on both sides.
This week, you said that Black Lives Matter and the Confederate flag are both issues of freedom of speech. But in the case of the Confederate flag, there are a lot of people who say these were traitors who split from this country, fought this country in large part to preserve slavery. Is the Confederate flag offensive?
It depends on who you're talking about, when you're talking about. When people proudly had their Confederate flags, they're not talking about racism. They love their flag. It represents the South. They like the South. People right now like the South. I say it's freedom of many things, but it's freedom of speech.
So you're not offended by it?
Well, I'm not offended either by Black Lives Matter. That's freedom of speech. And you know, the whole thing with cancel culture, we can't cancel our whole history. We can't forget that the North and the South fought. We have to remember that. Otherwise, we'll end up fighting again. You know, we don't manufacture anything anymore in this country. We do healthcare. We do lots of different services. But the big service is manufacturing. Everything's made in China, for the most part, between China, India, and others, but China in particular. And frankly, they're sending stuff over here, and we're paying for it. And, you know, it's sort of interesting. Very little tax, if any, paid. And yet you can't do business in China. You're not allowed to do business in China. It's almost impossible to do business in China, and yet they take our business from North Carolina, from South Carolina, from Alabama. They make toys. They then sell them to this country. They make tremendous profits, and then they loan this country money in the form of treasuries, and I think it's terrible. Black Lives Matter started off, to me, very badly because it was...
Did you ever meet with one?
Pigs in a blanket, burn them like bacon. That was my first... The first time I ever heard of that was 3 or 4 years ago. Pigs, meaning policemen. Pigs is what they're referring to, in a blanket, fry them like bacon. I thought it was, so I got off to a bad start. I got off to a very bad
Would
start.
you meet with
Would
you meet with a Black Lives Matter activist?
I would, but I think right now when they paint,
Why haven't you?
When they paint the sign, nobody's asked for a meeting, right? Nobody's ever asked me for a meeting. Let me tell you, with African Americans, I'm doing very well. They had the best employment numbers they've ever had. They had the best job numbers they've ever had. They were making more money than they ever made. We were all set until we got hit by China with the virus.
Personally, I'd tax China because it's not a free trade country. I would tax China very, very heavily. And the money that you'd get from that tax, because some of the products would still get through, even with the tax, but it would create jobs in this country. Because at the same time, toys, as an example, that's not oil, we could make toys in this country. There's no reason to go to China. I would tax China very, very heavily in terms of their product coming in.
Do you believe, though, Mr. President, that many police treat black people differently from white people?
Well, I hope not. I hope not. Certainly
You've seen the statistics.
The knee on the neck was a disgrace, okay?
Yeah.
It was a disgrace.
I'm talking about, what does systemic racism mean to you?
I hope the answer to that question is no. Does anybody really answer that question accurately?
But what
Does
about not
anybody
hope?
really know?
What about analysis? What's your cold-hearted
I have
view of
seen where there is a difference, and I don't want there to be a difference. I don't like that there would be a difference.
Hey, look, I know lots of folks in China. They think we are the dumbest son of a bitches in the world, all right? They think our representatives don't know what they're doing. They laugh at us behind our back. They're taking money out, and then they loan it to us. Think of it. They come in, they take all this money out in form of jobs and everything else. Then they loan us money because they're buying our treasuries. It's ridiculous. And the truth is, if we taxed China fairly substantially, but if we taxed China, you would have so much money in this country. You wouldn't have the big deficits like you do. You have trading deficits that are enormous.
I did more for the black community than anybody, with the possible exception of Abraham Lincoln. Whether you like it or not, people say, "Oh, that's
You really, you believe you did more than Lyndon Johnson, who passed the Civil Rights Act?
I think I did, yeah.
How?
Because I got criminal
possibly did you
justice reform done. I got prison reform.
Lyndon Johnson.
I've done things. Well,
he passed the Civil Rights Act.
How has it worked out? If you take a look at what Lyndon Johnson did,
You think the Civil Rights Act was a mistake?
How has it worked out? Because frankly, it took a long time. But for African Americans,
But you think that was a
my
mistake?
administration, Jonathan, under my administration, African Americans were doing better than they had ever done in the history of this country. So I did a lot. Job numbers, all of the money. They had money. They were getting great. Their percentage was up. Their housing ownership was up. They did better than they've ever done
I just
until
don't know
we
how
got
you
hit. And now, you know what we're doing? I'm building it up again. We're going to have it. Next year will be a great year, unless it's screwed up by somebody that doesn't know what he's doing, which could happen, but I don't think it will.
During Obama's presidency, Trump spread a conspiracy theory that he wasn't born in the United States and was from Africa, and therefore ineligible to run for president, despite Obama coming from Hawaii.
I'm gonna throw you up a big fat meatball for you to hit out of the park right now.
I like
okay?
it. Good.
This is the last time you ever have to address this question if you hit the ball, okay?
Go ahead.
Big old, there's like sauce all over my hands. This meatball is so big, okay?
I want to hear this.
Barack Obama, born in the United States.
Let me just...
Was he? It's a meatball!
I know.
It's hanging out there!
And Trump would later share a horrifically racist video depicting the Obamas as apes. But Trump refused to apologize.
When you reduce a black family to animals, you don't just attack two people. You resurrect a weapon designed to justify our oppression, our exclusion, and even our murder. And the president knows exactly what he's doing.
I looked at it, I looked at it, I saw it, and I just looked at the first part. It was about voter fraud in someplace, Georgia. There was a lot of voter fraud, 2020 voter fraud. And I didn't see the whole thing. I guess during the end of it, there was some kind of a picture that people don't like. I wouldn't like it either, but I didn't see it. I looked at the first part, and it was really about voter fraud and the machines, how crooked it is, how disgusting it is. Then I gave it to the people. Generally, they'd look at the whole thing, but I guess somebody didn't. They posted, and we took it down, and we did it. You know. But that was a voter fraud that nobody talks about. They don't like to talk about that post. We took it down as soon as we found out about it.
Mr. President, a number of Republicans are calling on you to apologize for that post. Is that something you're going to do?
No, I didn't make a mistake. I mean, I look at a lot of thousands of things, I looked at the beginning of it. It was fine. They had that one post, and I guess it was a takeoff. By the way, a lot of people covered. If you look at where it came from, I guess it was a takeoff on the Lion King. And certainly it was a very strong post in terms of voter fraud. Nobody knew that was at the end. If they would have looked, they would have seen it. And probably they would have had the sense to take it down. But that was a takeoff on the Lion King.
Though it's worth noting that no apes actually appear in The Lion King. During his second campaign, he made similar remarks towards Kamala Harris, as well as making false claims of white genocide in South Africa, even creating the White South African Refugee Program. He has been seen and recorded belittling women in public, making derogatory comments about their physical appearance, and several women over the years have reported sexual misconduct from him, including rape, non-consensual kissing, groping, looking under their skirts, or walking in on them as they got changed, all of which he has always categorically denied. Though he has been recorded on Hot Mic bragging.
She used to be great. She's still very beautiful. I moved on her, actually. You know, she was down in Palm Beach. I moved on her, and I failed. I'll admit it.
Whoa.
I did try and fuck her. She was married.
It's huge news there.
No, Nancy. Yeah. No, this was marriages. And I moved on her very heavily. In fact, I took her out furniture shopping. She wanted to get some furniture. I said, I'll show you where they have some nice furniture. I took her out furniture. I moved on her like a bitch, but I couldn't get there. And she was married. And all of a sudden, I see her. She's now got the big phony tits and everything. She's totally changed her look.
She's your girl's hot as shit. In the purple.
Whoa!
Yes!
Whoa!
Yes, the Donald has scored!
Whoa!
Oh, my man! Wait, you gotta look at me when you get out of your legs.
Sets this up.
That is very
You give me the thumbs
Look
up.
at you. You are a piece.
You gotta put the thumbs up. You gotta get the thumbs up. Can't be too happy.
else off first? Yeah, let me.
It's very fun.
You gotta give the thumbs up.
All right, you and I will walk there.
Oh my god.
Maybe it's a different one.
Better not be the publicist. No, it's her.
Yeah, that's her, with the gold. I better use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her. You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the pussy. I can do anything.
Look at those legs. All I can see is the legs.
No, it looks good.
Come on, shorty.
Oh, nice legs, huh?
Oof, get out of the way, honey. That's good legs. Go ahead.
It's always good if you don't fall out of the bus. Like Ford, Gerald Ford, remember?
Down below. Pull the hell.
It made me feel like, see, this is what I was saying. He's saying from his words what he does. How can people not believe me now? How can they not believe me now?
Do you think you've got the President of the United States running scared?
He's not smart enough to run scared.
What is he?
An egotistical lunatic at this point.
Though he defended himself, calling it nothing more than locker room talk.
Well, historically, that's true with stars.
It's true with stars that they can grab women by the...
Well, that's what it's. If you look over the last million years, I guess that's been largely true. Not always, but largely true. Unfortunately or fortunately.
And you consider yourself to be a star?
I think you can say that, yeah.
But many now demanded Trump to be removed from presidency, but still publicly apologized, claiming that the media were trying to use this to deflect attention from the Clintons during sexual assault allegations against Bill himself. It also turned out that Trump had FEC-required reports which listed his assets as being over $1.4 billion, but that he also had a debt of $315 million. He hadn't done his tax returns despite every other major candidate doing so for decades, though he promised to do it when running for office. According to Trump, his tax returns were being audited and that his lawyers advised him against releasing them. This led to a long court battle to block their release as well as other records.
I'm under a routine audit and it'll be released, and as soon as the audit's finished, it'll be released.
You're perfectly free to release your taxes during an audit. And so the question, does the public's right to know outweigh your personal...
Well, I told you, I will release them as soon as the audit... Look, I've been under audit almost for 15 years.
It was in October 2016 when his 1995 state filings were leaked, showing that he lost $916 million, which means that he could have actually avoided paying tax for up to 18 years. By the end of the year, Donald Trump became only the 5th person to be elected president despite losing the popular vote. Hillary Clinton won 2.9 million votes more than Trump in the majority. Donald Trump became the only president in history who hadn't served in the military and had no previous government office experience.
Are you going to get down to business when we leave you, or are you going to get down to politics?
I get down to business and politics. You know, I'm running a business, and at the same time I'm running for office. Whereas a politician, they only have to do the one thing, but I'm running a big business and also running for office. So as the days go by, I give more and more to my children to run and my executives. I have great executives, and that's not going to be a problem.
It's the way he's lived his life. I mean, he's more Tony Soprano, than he is presidential, and he's not going to change just because he's trying to be a president today.
When somebody screws you, screw them back, but a lot harder, folks.
I really knew when he said he's going to run. When Donald said something, mind on something, he's going to do it. And was I shocked that he won? Yes, everybody were. And now everybody were, but America voted, and he's our president.
People that love our country more than anything else, and they like to see our country thrive.
But do you think that when you hold rallies and encourage people to say, lock her up, the way you...
I don't encourage them, they say it.
And you enjoy it. You don't say don't do that.
Hillary Clinton deleted 33,000 emails after she got a subpoena from the United States Congress.
But why is this still an issue? Why do people...
I think it's an
they're
issue.
not going to vote on that.
It's an issue.
She ran last time.
Excuse me, when they say lock up, it's not me. They say it. It starts...
You
it
encourage
ends up being
it.
I don't encourage it.
Yes, you
no,
do.
if I mention her name about something, they go crazy.
Your niece, Mary Trump, has written a book about you and your family, and one of her main points is that she says your dad, Fred Trump Sr., damaged the whole family. And here's what she says about what you learned from your father.
He learned to become the killer you mentioned, the man who needs to succeed at all costs, who will do anything to get attention, financial rewards, and to win.
Do you see any truth in that?
My father liked to win. My father was a very good man. He was a strong man. It's disgraceful that she said that. She was not exactly a family favorite. We didn't have a lot of respect or like for her. I would have never said that, except she writes a book that's so stupid and so vicious, and it's a lie. My father was a great, wonderful man.
Let me just ask you this question.
This is not a person that I spent very much time with, very little time. And now I'm glad.
If you called up somebody else that you've never even heard of who's got great wealth and said, I want to do an interview, number one, they'd be afraid to do it. Number two, they wouldn't want to do it. Number three, they wouldn't know how to do it. And number four, they're probably right.
They're probably right?
They're probably right.
What do you mean they shouldn't?
Well, I think there's a nice safety net in not doing it. There's no reason to expose yourself to millions of people.
But you know why you do it?
Why?
You
Tell me.
love the publicity.
Oh, I hate the publicity.
Oh, come on, get out of here.
I'm telling you, I hate the publicity.
Oh, please.
I hate it. And except for the fact that it's fun as a sparring session, I mean, this would normally not even be fun. This is fine, and this is fun, and all that stuff, but I don't like it.
No, you're on all these
No, you
covers
don't
of
understand.
Playboy, Fame. I mean, whether
You have to
Newsweek
understand,
or Time.
it happens to be, or both. It happens to be good for what I do.
On January the 20th, 2017, Trump was inaugurated with 2.6 million people watching worldwide, with 500,000 in attendance in the country's capital, though many protested against him in the women's marches.
Suburban women, will you please like me? Remember? Please. I saved your damn neighborhood, okay?
You know, it's amazing. She looks so conservative. She's got the glasses and everything. The only problem is she's hardly got a dress on. Okay, go ahead.
I feel sick, violated. It makes me sick.
They wanted me to say that I made up the whole groping thing.
She's shocked that I picked her.
It's like in a state of shock.
I'm not thinking, Mr.
That's
President.
okay. I know you're not thinking. You never do.
I'm sorry?
No, go ahead.
But you're not done yet.
But I'm not done yet.
And you're not done with Donald Trump.
No.
He hasn't seen the last of you.
No.
It was that same year when Summer Zervos came forward after previously appearing on The Apprentice, accusing Trump of sexual misconduct.
I met Mr. Trump when I was a candidate on The Apprentice in season 5. I had the utmost admiration for Mr. Trump, and even after I was fired, I continued to see him as a possible mentor and potential employer. In 2007, I was going to be in New York for a social obligation. I contacted Mr. Trump's office to see if he was available for lunch. I was informed that he could not have lunch, but that he would like to meet me with him in his office. When I arrived, he kissed me on the lips. I was surprised, but felt that perhaps it was just his form of greeting. We sat and spoke. He was extremely complimentary. He said that he was impressed with how I handled myself on The Apprentice. He said that he had never met anyone with my combination of being smart, attractive, and with the largest set of balls as I had. He said that he would love to have me work for him. Mr. Trump said he would be coming to Los Angeles soon, and he would contact me. I felt as though I was reaching for my brass ring. I was very excited. I felt as though my dream of working for Mr. Trump might come true. As I was about to leave, he again kissed me on the lips. This made me feel nervous and embarrassed. This is not what I wanted or expected. He asked me for my phone number, and I scrawled it down with a marker. I left hurriedly and called a friend who lived in New York because I was upset by the kiss. I also called my parents to let them know what had happened. I spoke at length to my loved ones, and we came to the conclusion that this was undoubtedly some form of greeting, and that I should not take it as anything other than that. Mr. Trump called early in the morning of the day I returned home. He referred to me as his OC angel. He wanted to know who was with me at that hour. He scolded me about my penmanship because it was difficult for him to read my telephone number as I had written it for him. Even though he had called me, he concluded the call by asking me for my phone number. He then called again days later to let me know that he was coming to Los Angeles. He again called me after he had just landed in Los Angeles. He asked me to meet him that evening at the Beverly Hills Hotel and asked me where I would like to have dinner. When I arrived, his security guard greeted me at the hotel. He walked with me to greet Mr. Trump. I assumed we were going to a restaurant in the hotel. Instead, I was taken to a bungalow. The security guard opened the door, and I went in. I was standing in the entryway. To my left was a bedroom, and I saw Mr. Trump's clothes on the bed. I did not see him, but he greeted me with hello in a sing-song voice. It sounded like, hello. I thought the mistake had been made, and Mr. Trump thought he was speaking to someone he was more familiar with. I walked further into the living room, away from the bedroom, and sat down. I waited for about 15 minutes until Mr. Trump emerged. He had his suit on. I stood up, and he came to me and started kissing me open-mouthed as he was pulling me towards him. I walked away and I sat down in a chair. He was on a love seat across from me, and I made an attempt at conversation. He then asked me to sit next to him. I complied. He then grabbed my shoulder and began kissing me again very aggressively and placed his hand on my breast. I pulled back and walked to another part of the room. He then walked up, grabbed my hand, and walked me into the bedroom. I walked out. He then turned me around and said, "Let's lay down and watch some telly." He put me in an embrace, and I tried to push him away. I pushed his chest to put space between us, and I said, "Come on, man, get real." He repeated my words back to me, "Get real," as he began thrusting his genitals. He tried to kiss me again, with my hand still on his chest, and I said, "Dude, you're tripping right now," attempting to make it clear I was not interested. He said, What do you want?" and I said, I came to have dinner. He said, okay, we'll have dinner. He paced around the room. He acted like he was a bit angry. He pointed out that someone had delivered a fruit basket. I felt that it was to show me how important he was. As we were waiting for dinner, I sat across the room for him as far away as possible. He started saying that he did not think I had ever known love or had ever been in love. I did not want to discuss my personal life with him. Then just before dinner arrived, he transformed into being all about business and began questioning me as though I was on a job interview. Dinner was delivered to the bungalow. When dinner arrived, he asked me to wait in a small room. I felt that he did not want the waiter to see me. After the table was set, he beckoned me to come out. We shared a club sandwich. The conversation then focused on the fact that I had a mortgage on my home, which I told him was in good standing. He spoke about how he was able to maneuver to get out of debt. He told me that I need to let my house to go into default and tell the bank they would take it back. Tell the bank they could take it back. He advised that then the bank would then take anything to rid themselves of a problem loan. He told me to call the bank and tell them I was leaving the keys on a table, and for them to just pick them up. He said that would be a mini version of what he does. He urged me not to make another payment on my home loan. He then abruptly said he was tired and that he needed to go to bed and ended the conversation. He told me to meet him in the morning at his golf course in Palos Verdes. I was very conflicted as to what had occurred. I wondered if the sexual behavior was some kind of test or whether or not I had passed. Obviously, he still wanted to talk to me about a job. Obviously, he still wanted to talk to me about a job, even though I had turned his sexual advances down. From the hotel, I drove straight to our family business to speak to my father, and he gave his advice. I decided to go to the golf course the next day. Mr. Trump introduced me to the general manager, and he gave me a tour. When I got back from the tour, Mr. Trump was not there. I never saw him again. Mr. Trump called a few days later to ask if I had called the bank as he had instructed. I told him that it was Christmas Eve and I had not done so as of yet. The general manager called me later that week and offered me a job at the golf course for half of what I had told Mr. Trump I was seeking in terms of salary. I called Mr. Trump and told him that I was upset and I felt that I was being penalized for not sleeping with him. Mr. Trump said that he was golfing and could not discuss it at that time. In a subsequent conversation about the job, Mr. Trump told me that I should never again use his private number and that if I wanted to reach him, I should contact him through his office. Even though Mr. Trump had sexually harassed me, I still wanted to get a job within the Trump organization. I felt that since I had made it clear to him that I was not interested in having a sexual relationship with him, that if he gave me a job that would be based solely on merit, and we would be able to work together. When I contacted Mr. Trump, he asked me to send him a letter setting forth jobs within his organization that I felt I was well suited for, which I did. When I subsequently spoke with him, he gave me the runaround. He told me that he had not received the letter that I sent him, and then told me that he could not afford to hire me as he was laying off thousands of employees. I was disappointed, but harbored no ill will towards Mr. Trump whatsoever, and felt there was no point in any further attempts to get a job with Mr. Trump.
But others have disputed this. Summer's cousin John Barry was a Trump supporter and claims that she often spoke to her family and friends about how much she liked Donald. She even allegedly promoted his campaign and admitted that he had helped her out in life, inviting him to her restaurant, all of which she denied. Though Trump's presidential campaign released an email that had been sent by her back in April 2016 saying, "I would greatly appreciate reconnecting at this time. He will know my intentions are genuine." However, Summer claimed that this was an attempt to confront the man and clear the air. Another email was also leaked in which he sent to his assistant, requesting it to be forwarded to Trump, saying, "I have been incredibly hurt by our previous interaction."
During Mr. Trump's fight for the Republican nomination, I saw and heard Mr. Trump nonstop on television and in the news. Customers at my restaurant asked about him as they knew I was a contestant on The Apprentice. I always complimented and never said anything about what he had done at the Beverly Hills Hotel. However, this caused me a great deal of pain and anguish, and I felt the need to confront Mr. Trump and ask him to apologize for his behavior. I also thought he might have been embarrassed by his behavior, and this would provide him with the opportunity to clear the air. I had no idea about his behavior with other women at the time. Therefore, I contacted his secretary in April of 2016 and asked if I could reconnect with Mr. Trump. Forgive me. I did not tell her why I wanted to speak with him. She responded that perhaps his campaign team would follow up with me. I then wrote his assistant an email on April 21st, 2016, asking her to send my email directly to Mr. Trump. In that email, I stated, "Your interest in me as a potential employee meant the world to me. Your interest in me as anything more blew my mind and I lost my footing." I further said I have been incredibly hurt by our previous interaction. I ended by stating, "I hope to hear from you and wish you continued success." Mr. Trump did not reply. Mr. Trump, when I met you, I was so impressed with your talents that I wanted to be like you. I wanted a job within your organization. Instead, you treated me as if an object to be hit upon. I was incredibly embarrassed by your sexual advances and shared this information with a select few people close to me. Mr. Trump, today I feel that you were interested in me only because you wanted to have a sexual relationship with me and for no other reason. After hearing the released audio tapes and your denials during the debate, I felt I had to speak out about your behavior. You do not have the right to treat women as such. You do not have the right to treat women as sexual objects just because you are a star.
Trump strongly denied the allegation and called her a liar, to which she filed a defamation lawsuit. Donald initially argued that the Constitution made him immune from state lawsuits, but this was rejected by the New York Appeals Court. This claim would come back years later once Trump was no longer president, but the case was then withdrawn. Donald's attorneys denied paying her off, but the details remain unknown. He denied any wrongdoing and promised to sue all of the women for their allegations, as well as anyone who had published their stories. While Trump attempted to move his businesses into a revocable trust, he still continued to receive profits from them all. He promised to donate his presidential salary and profits from foreign patronage to the US government, and while he did do this for a few years, it did stop. Donald Trump had started in office at the height of the longest economic expansion in American history, and signed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, which reduced tax rates of businesses and individuals, and got rid of the penalty that came with the Affordable Care Act. He promised that this act wouldn't decrease the government, but it did, by 7.6%. The federal budget deficit increased by nearly 50%, reaching almost $1 trillion. By the end of his term, the US national debt had actually increased by 39%, reaching $27.75 trillion, and the US debt had now hit World War II numbers.
The economy is not doing well. It's not doing well at all. Unemployment is going up. The stock market goes up, but other than the stock market, what's doing well?
This is looking into your crystal ball, obviously, but where do you think we're going to be a year from now?
I think we're going to be sort of in a similar position. I don't see unemployment getting a lot worse. I don't see it getting a lot better. It comes back to the banks loaning all of the money that they're making. If they don't loan the money, you're not going to have an economy that's going to be good or robust.
For guys, the Americans, the blue collar, the rank and file, people out of work, what does it look like from where you sit?
Well, the way I look at it, if OPEC is going to keep ripping us off with their oil prices, and if China is going to keep underselling and selling without taxes or anything else, this country has a lot of problems. I don't see recovery. Really, I don't see greatness unless we do something about China and some others, and OPEC.
You really need federal government assistance, not even city government. The city governments have to be competent, capable, etc. But you really need the federal government to step in. That's why it bothers me so much that when we give this kind of money to the wealthiest countries in the world, and yet for our own people, the homeless, the sick, the poor, the farmers, who are really going through hell right now, those people we're not helping. And why should we? I think it's ridiculous. And this country shouldn't be raising taxes, we ought to be lowering taxes. We should have a surplus, not a deficit. Because the kind of money that I'm talking about, and you can call them, as the gentleman before said, you can call it a tax, you can call it whatever you want to call it. But those countries should be paying us major billions of dollars, and you won't have any deficits whatsoever, and then we'll be able to help the poor and the sick and the homeless and the farmers and everybody else.
The country is doing very poorly. Businesses are doing horribly, and I think you probably have very little choice. To raise taxes at this point for anybody, including the rich, I mean, would be very, very catastrophic, I believe. Now, you know, it's the world of economics, so who really knows? But it just seems like it would be a very inappropriate time. So they did the 2-year extension for the most part. I mean, they got some changes, and Obama got some things for himself too. But they did the extension, and it's probably the right thing to do at this time.
If you look at the payments that we're making to NATO, they're totally disproportionate with everybody else's, and it's ridiculous.
We created the greatest economy in the history of our country, and the other side
You know that's not true.
It is totally true.
No.
As a country, we pay among the highest taxes of any nation in the world on an individual basis. In fact, some people tell me it's the highest.
When people say something false, I attack those people. Because the news gets away with murder, the news media. They get away with murder.
He promised a $1 trillion infrastructure spending plan, but failed to deliver. He rejected all scientific studies on climate change and reduced the budget for renewable energy by 40%.
Wind power is good. I don't like, you know, when you have a beautiful area of this country and then you see these windmills all over the place, not only visually unattractive, but they make a lot of noise. You know, they make the noise and people are saying, oh my God. A lot of people that thought wind was great, they're now saying, we have to live with these things for the rest of our lives.
Well, I'd rather see the windmills than the choking clouds of coal smoke.
Well, that's possibly true. But they can actually,
He reversed Obama's policy that were directed at trying to stop it, withdrew from the Paris Agreement, which aimed to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius, and aimed to boost the production and exports of fossil fuels. He went backwards on over 100 federal environmental regulations, which included those that tried to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, air and water pollution, and the use of toxic substances. He weakened the protections for animals and environmental standards for federal infrastructure projects, expanded the permitted areas for drilling and resource extraction, such as allowing drilling in the Arctic refuge. Trump dismantled the federal regulations on health, labor, and environment, which included the revoking of Obama's regulation in restricting the sale of firearms to severely mentally ill people. During his first 6 weeks of office alone, Donald Trump delayed, suspended, or reversed at least 90 federal regulations. According to the Institute for Policy Integrity, 78% of his proposals were blocked by the court or didn't prevail over litigation. He planned to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act and wanted to let Obamacare fail, providing reduced funding for enrollment promotion.
I am very disappointed in Obama. The world does not respect us, and I know you like him, but the world does not respect us. They don't look up to us anymore. And I can tell you, Joy, that on a very impartial basis, the United States is failing badly. China is eating our lunch. What they're doing to us is unbelievable, and they're laughing all the way to the bank. You look at countries like even Mexico, where they're taking companies in Iowa, they took a really good company, Maytag, moved it to Mexico, and a certain town in Iowa, Newton, Iowa, is absolutely devastated and really having hard times.
Why does it make sense to overturn Obamacare, with which people now are relying on? Democrats are going to say the man who's wanted to kill Obamacare is going to take away the protection for pre-existing conditions.
First of all, we got rid of the individual mandate. Pre-existing conditions will always be taken care of by me and Republicans, 100%.
But you've been in office 3.5 years. You don't have a plan.
Well, we haven't had, excuse me, you heard me yesterday. We're signing a health care plan within 2 weeks, a full and complete health care plan.
You promised that there was going to be a new health package, a health care plan.
Yeah.
You said that it was going to be great. You said it's ready, it's going to be ready. It'll be here in 2 weeks. It's going to be like nothing you've ever seen before, and of course we haven't seen it. So why didn't you develop a health plan?
It is developed. It is fully developed. It's going to be announced very soon when we see what happens with Obamacare.
If the Supreme Court ends this, Obamacare.
Well, we're going to have to see what happens. I hope that they end it. It'll be so good if they
And
end
if
it.
they end
Because
it, people with pre-existing conditions will be stranded. And that's just a fact.
It's wrong. It's
No.
wrong. A new plan will happen.
But will.
And we won't do anything, will and is. We won't do anything and no plan unless we have pre-existing conditions covered.
The Trump administration campaigned to the Supreme Court that eliminating the financial penalties associated with the individual mandate had now rendered the act unconstitutional. This would have eliminated health and insurance coverage for up to 23 million Americans, but it failed. He promised to protect the funding for Medicare and other safety net programs, but later showed reluctance in doing so. Donald Trump very quickly became the most controversial United States president of all time. On August the 11th and 12th, 2017, there took place a white supremacist rally named Unite the Right Rally in Virginia. And while Trump condemned the act, his exact statement caused an uproar. He referred to it as an egregious display of hatred, bigotry, and violence on many sides, but claimed that there were very fine people on both sides, which caused further criticism. Trump referred to El Salvador, Haiti, Honduras, and African nations as shithole countries.
But if you think about it, I mean, nobody wants to say it. You have a Mexican-American, and then you'll have a blonde guy walking down the street. Well, Mexico doesn't have a lot of blondes, okay? And these are the people that are coming
So you're
across the border.
favoring profiling?
I am favoring going out and keeping a state. If people come into the country illegally, I am favoring saying you have to get them out. You need laws. We have no law. Nobody even knows what the law is. People are streaming across the border, and sometimes it's the drug dealers. And what's happening now, the drug dealers are coming in, and that's a big problem. They're coming in and they're killing. We had the best stock market price ever, and we're getting close to that price again. The unemployment numbers for African Americans, for Asian Americans, for Hispanic Americans, virtually every number was the best.
It would continue in 2018 when, during the opioid epidemic, he started to increase the funding for drug treatments, but received further criticism for not making a direct strategy. He banned organizations from providing abortions or abortion referrals from receiving federal funds to carry out the procedures.
Getting the nomination. Excuse me?
Are you pro-choice?
I am, well, I don't want to discuss right now, but you will be shocked when I give you that answer. Okay?
How can I be shocked?
You will be very surprised when I give you. I'm going to make a decision, and when I make a decision, I'll let you know about that. But I think you'd probably be surprised.
I'm having a hard time figuring out.
And while he supported traditional marriage, he admitted that he found the legality of same-sex marriage to be settled. While Barack Obama had previously made protections against the discrimination of those involved in the LGBTQ+ community, the Trump administration decided to roll back on these, as well as discrimination protection against transgender people, though this was stopped by a federal judge, the Supreme Court, who extended the civil rights protection to gender identity and sexual orientation. While he was also against gun control laws, he reportedly did change his mind over time. He was against the use of marijuana, revoking Obama's policies to protect several states legalizing it, and also was a big advocate for capital punishment, including interrogation torture methods. But it was on February the 25th, 2019, when the allegations continued, when Alva Johnson filed a lawsuit claiming that Trump had forced a kiss on her during a Florida rally during his 2016 presidential campaign. She even reported that 2 witnesses saw it happen, Pam Bondi and the Attorney General of Florida, both of which completely denied it. Many more old clips began to surface, with Trump talking inappropriately to or about women, including his own daughter.
If Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
Oh, it's so weird. Stop. You know what? You are sick. Yeah.
What does Tiffany have of Marla's?
She's got Marla's legs. We don't know whether or not she's got this part yet, but time will tell.
What's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
He's definitely not a typical father.
It would be really disappointing. Not really, but it would depend on what was inside the magazine. I don't think Ivanka would do that inside the magazine, although she does have a very nice figure. You know who's one of the great beauties of the world, according to everybody, and I helped create her? Who? Ivanka. My daughter, Ivanka.
Yeah.
She's 6 feet tall. She's got the best body. Yeah, she's hot. She's beautiful.
Can I say this? A piece of it.
Yeah. Good. I'm fine. You sound so beautiful and cute. How old are you?
I'm 8.
Wow. So smart. You sound so smart. Soon. Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Okay. Like voter ID, but, you know, it can be given to you by your daughter. You know, your daughter, she has to be of age, like above 6 years old, she's allowed to say. You had to see some of this stuff is so bad.
Have you heard about all these teachers having sex with their students? Is this not crazy? What is going on?
Well, I don't think the male students have been hurt by it. In fact, they're going around bragging about it, as I understand it. So, you know, I don't see a lot of damage done.
Fair enough.
But it's a very unusual situation. I would say her husband cannot be happy.
Oh, you are bad.
I think that Mike Tyson had a horrible defense. I think
but again, what you're saying is that celebrities maybe should be treated differently than lay people.
And I say Mike should serve some time and everything else. But to keep a man, here's a woman that was dancing at his door at 1 o'clock in the morning dancing.
We don't need to get into this. We don't need to get into this.
But that's an important thing.
Hey, don't get me hot, okay?
At one point, years earlier, he was interviewed by Chris Matthews, who would ask if his issues with women would ever cause a problem if he ran for president. To which Trump responded, "Can you imagine how controversial I'd be? You think about Bill Clinton with the women. How about me with the women? Can you imagine?"
He would be incredible for women in this country.
Once leaving the campaign, Johnson declared her sick days until she was able to speak to a lawyer, which is when she also claimed to have been the victim of race and gender discrimination due to her pay. The White House press secretary Sarah Huckabee Sanders called the entire lawsuit absurd on its face. This case was later dismissed, and Johnson herself would claim that it ended as she was facing a judge who openly questions whether the kiss is worthy of a federal lawsuit and has determined that Mr. Trump's history of such behaviour is not relevant, and I've endured ongoing threats to my safety. But this would only continue in June 2019 when journalist E. Jean Carroll came out to accuse Donald Trump of sexual assault back in the mid-90s. Trump again denied it, calling her a liar, which according to Carroll damaged her reputation and entire career.
She's accusing me of rape. A woman that I have no idea who she is. It came out of the blue. She's accusing me of rape, of raping her. The worst thing you can do, the worst charge, and it never took place. And I will tell you, I made that statement and I said, while it's politically incorrect, she's not my type. And that's 100% true. She's not my type.
By July, Trump was continuing to cause issues as he told 4 Democratic congressmen who were all ethnic minorities to return to the countries in which they came from. On November the 4th, E. Jean Carroll came out to again accuse him of rape and sued him for defamation after his denial. Though Trump maintained that this was nothing more than a promotional ploy to try to sell her book where she had discussed the allegations. He called the story fake, just like the author. In her claims, she said that she was raped by the president in the dressing room of a department store, and 2 of her friends did corroborate that she had confided in them when this first happened. This allegation did later stretch to also include battery under the Adult Survivors Act. 4 years later, Donald Trump was found liable for sexual abuse and defamation, but not rape, having to pay $5 million in one case and $83.3 million in another. Initially, Trump denied having ever met Carroll, but then a photo surfaced of them together at a party.
I take it, sir, that you stand by that statement today?
Yes, I do.
You have in front of you a black and white photograph that we've marked as DJT23.
It's Marla.
You're saying Marla's in this photo?
That's Marla, yeah. That's my wife.
Which woman are you pointing to? No, that's
Here.
Carol.
Oh,
The person you just pointed to was E. Jean Carroll.
The only reason he wasn't found liable of rape is because Judge Kaplan believed he forcibly and non-consensually penetrated her vagina with his fingers, but not with his penis. While Donald attempted to countersue, this was dismissed, with the judge claiming that her accusation of rape was substantially true.
The only difference between me and other people is I'm honest. She's not my type.
I take it the 3 women you've married are all your type?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Donald attempted to ease the US military against anti-police brutality protesters, but instead sent nearly 6,000 troops to the Mexican border to try to stop any illegal crossing. Under Trump's administration, the number of refugees crossing over did reduce from 110,000 to just 15,000. But he also intended on imposing restrictions on permanent residency to immigrants who also needed public benefits. They managed to build 73 miles of the wall, but he refused to sign any spending bill unless it allocated funding for the border wall. This led to the longest ever federal government shutdown for 35 days, which ended after he had agreed to fund the government himself for the wall, though Congress ended up passing passing a funding bill with $1.4 billion for the border fencing. Despite this disagreement, Trump still declared a national emergency on the border to divert $6.1 billion of funding to the wall instead. He signed an executive order that denied entry to citizens from 6 Muslim-majority countries for 4 months and Syria indefinitely, which led to several protests. The Supreme Court ruled that this ban could only be enforced on those who had no confirmed relationship with a person or entity within the United States. But Trump ended up replacing the ban with a presidential proclamation to extend travel bans to North Koreans, Chadians, and some Venezuelans, but not Iraq or Sudan. He had even implemented a family separation policy, splitting over 4,000 children from their families at the border, causing further outrage. Initially, the president blamed Democrats and claimed that he couldn't stop this policy with an executive order, but eventually he conceded to public pressure and instead allowed illegal immigrant families to be detained together, unless there was a concern of risk for the child. Though even after this order was passed, over 1,000 immigrant children were still separated from their families anyway. His behaviour led to many investigations into his presidency, private businesses, personal taxes, and charitable foundation. There were even investigations into Russia and whether or not they may have aided in his 2016 presidential campaign. Trump was a fan of Vladimir Putin and withdrawing the United States from the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty, claiming that Russia was non-compliant.
When the invasion started, you were quite praiseworthy of Vladimir Putin. You said he was a genius. This was a savvy move. That he was going in as a peacemaker.
No, that's the fake news' version, no.
Tell me the truth.
When he built up soldiers on the border, I said, that's very smart, brilliant move, because I thought he was negotiating. When he went in, I said, no longer a brilliant move.
But what would you do right now in Ukraine if you were the president?
Putin uses the N-word. I call it the N-word. He uses the N-word, the nuclear word, all the time. That's a no-no. You're not supposed to do that. He uses it on a daily basis. And everybody's so afraid, so afraid, so afraid. And as they're afraid, he uses it more and more. That's why he's doing the kind of things he's doing. He's doing them because he thinks nobody's going to ever attack us because they're all stupid and they're afraid to talk about it.
I totally agree with you.
Okay?
So what would you do
and
about
instead
it?
of, excuse me, it's a little complicated.
I'm sorry.
Instead of, kowtowing, instead of Biden saying, oh, he's got nuclear weapons. He keeps saying he's got we have better weapons. We have the greatest submarine power in history.
So what would you say and do?
I would say we have far more than you do, far more powerful than you, and you can't use that word ever again. You cannot use the nuclear word ever again.
I mean, do you agree with my assessment that Vladimir Putin is now an evil, genocidal monster?
Yeah, but I also,
you do?
When I look at, I do, sure. Who wouldn't? What's happening is horrible. When you see rockets going into apartment buildings, and there are plenty of people in those buildings, they think they're like the people who moved out. They didn't move, they want to stay because they think they're safe in their apartments. Far more people are dead than you think. When I see all the death and all that destruction, and it's such a stupid war, because you had a country that was working, had problems, lots of problems, but other countries have problems too. It was such a horrible waste to be doing it.
When you said to Putin, don't invade Ukraine, what was his response?
Well, I told him what our response was going to be, and his response was, really? I said, really?
What did you say your response
And
would
you
be?
know what? If he believed me, good, but if he believed me only 5%, he would have said, I'll never do it.
What did you say the response would be?
I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that, but it was a very strong response.
But did you threaten to use, for example, the nuclear capability?
I don't want to talk about it.
As he's been doing?
I don't want to talk about that. What I did say is, we're going to be very strongly responding if you do that. I also said to President Xi, don't go into Taiwan. And there's going to be a very strong response. They both understood that. They both had the same reaction. Really? Really? I said, really? I threatened him like he has never been threatened before.
Did you threaten to use nuclear weapons?
I don't want to say that. I threatened him like he has never been threatened before.
What's your message for Putin now, right now? If you could talk to him, what would you say to him?
I would say it's a shame what you've done. You're killing, I think potentially, look, if these people aren't smart, and they're not, our leaders are not smart. If they're not smart, you're going to end up in a nuclear war. This is just the beginning.
Are we close to seeing Mr. Kim here at the White House?
Could happen.
I mean, they talked about that yesterday with the microphone.
Yeah, I think it's something that could happen. Yeah. Hey,
He's the head of a country, and I mean, he is the strong head. Don't let anyone think anything different. He speaks and his people sit up at attention. I want my people to do the same.
This was investigated by the FBI and 3 US intelligence agencies, who claimed with high confidence that Russia had interfered to favor him, finding several suspicious links between his associates and Russian officials. While they found evidence that Russia had interfered, there was nothing found to definitively prove that Trump's campaign members had conspired or coordinated with Russia directly. While Donald claimed that this proved he was innocent, head of the investigation Robert Mueller denied that this was the case.
The president has repeatedly claimed that your report found there was no obstruction and that it completely and totally exonerated him. But that is not what your report said, is it?
Correct. It is not what the report said.
And now, reading from page 2 of volume 2 of your report that's on the screen, you wrote, quote, "If we had confidence after a thorough investigation of the facts that the president clearly did not commit obstruction of justice, we would so state. Based on the facts and the applicable legal standards, however, we are unable to reach that judgment," close quote. Now, does that say there was no obstruction?
No.
In fact, you are actually unable to conclude the president did not commit obstruction of justice. Is that correct?
Well, we, at the outset, determined that we, when it came to the president's culpability, we needed to go forward only after taking into account the OLC opinion that indicated that a president, a sitting president, cannot be indicted.
So the report did not conclude that he did not commit obstruction of justice. Is that correct?
That is correct.
We have a country, we have borders. We have no border right now. We don't have a country. We have to create, number one, we're going to build a wall. Number two, we're going to...
Okay.
Oh, listen to this, even with your crowd, I hear that.
No, they love
but we want,
they love the wall.
No.
People love the wall.
We have to have a wall. We have to have a border. And in that wall, we're going to have a beautiful, big, fat door where people they come into the country. And they come in. Now listen to this.
Okay.
A beautiful door where people can come into the country, but they have to come in legally.
Okay.
That's what a country is all about.
Who's going to pay for the wall?
Trump had become the only modern US president to leave office with a smaller workforce than when he took over. In his first year of office alone, 34% of his original staff had already resigned, been fired, or were reassigned. By June 2020, protests took place after the death of George Floyd. Many opposing Floyd claimed that his actual cause of death in the coroner's report was drug use, but this isn't the case. It was ruled as a homicide. Despite the crowds outside the White House being peaceful during the protests, officers were seen using tear gas and other crowd control tactics to try to disperse them. Trump ignored all public health warnings during the COVID-19 pandemic and stopped funding of the World Health Organization. Several anti-lockdown protests took place across the country, and Trump even encouraged them. He pressured federal health agencies to take action and suggested unproven treatment against the virus. He incorrectly claimed that anti-malarial drugs could treat COVID-19, which caused a shortage in the United States and panic buying across Africa and Asia. By October, he was hospitalized himself with a case of COVID-19.
56% of the people said that they're better off now during a pandemic than they were during Obama and Biden. 56%. It was a record number.
As you can see, we hit a peak here in April. 36,000 cases.
It's cases.
A day.
Yeah, cases.
Then it went down, and now since June, it has gone up, more than doubled. One day this week, 75,000 new cases. More than double.
Chris, that's because we have great testing, because we have the best testing in the world. If we didn't test, you wouldn't be able to show that chart. If we tested half as much, those numbers would be down.
But this isn't burning embers, sir. This is a forest fire.
But I don't say. I say flames. We'll put out the flames, and we'll put out, in some cases, just burning embers. We also have burning embers. We have embers, and we do have flames. Florida became more flame-like, but it's going to be under control. And you know, it's not just this country, it's many countries. We don't talk about it in the news. They don't talk about Mexico and Brazil and still parts of Europe, which actually got hit sooner than us, so it's a little ahead of us in that sense. They really understand it. They said it's incredible, the job that we've done. And again, I bring it up. Who says that? The banning China from coming in.
But it was already in here by the time. It was already here.
Like, by the time you banned China, it came in through Europe.
Nobody knew the extent. Nobody knew how contagious it was.
But the question is, Mr. President,
maybe China knew.
By June, we knew things were bad. And, you know, the last time I was with you was the day before your Tulsa rally in the Oval. And, you know, you were saying big, huge crowd, it was indoors.
By the way,
these people, they listen to you.
Excuse me, Jennifer.
Yeah.
You called Dr. Fauci and other health officials idiots.
Where did I call him an idiot?
You called them idiots. I wonder if you
he's
think...
been wrong a lot. I like him, but he's been wrong a lot.
I wonder if you think that masks don't work.
I feel masks possibly work. But certainly you want to stay away a certain distance, socially distanced, etc. But I would say a mask works, and I have nothing against masks, and I tell people to wear masks. I have no problem.
Tell me then about these rallies you've been having.
A lot of people are wearing masks.
A lot of people aren't. I'm watching all these people jammed in together, and I'm seeing most of them without masks. And I'm wondering the message that you're sending with these pictures coming across television.
Take a look. Yesterday, we were in Arizona, record-setting rallies, numbers of people like nobody's seen before.
You used to have bigger rallies.
No, these are much bigger than I ever had.
I don't want to bicker over that.
You know,
tell me about the mask wearing.
You're so negative. These are the biggest rallies we've ever had. You just come in here with that negative attitude. These are the biggest rallies we've ever had.
But I can't believe after what happened in the Rose Garden here, after the announcement, with all the people getting sick, that you are not being more strongly encouraging about wearing masks at your rallies.
I tell people to wear
But you
masks.
don't.
Leslie, we hand out thousands of masks.
But you look out and they're not wearing them. You don't get up there and say, look, you know, come on. I don't want you to get sick.
What's your next question, Leslie? We're outside. The rallies are bigger than they've ever been. There's more enthusiasm than we've ever had. There has never been anything like what you're witnessing now, and you'll see that soon.
From the first day that the CDC said that people should wear masks on April 3rd, you said you weren't going to. You wore a mask for the first time in public at Walter Reed this weekend. Question, the CDC says if everybody wore a mask for 4 to 6 weeks, we could get this under control. Do you regret not wearing a mask in public from the start? And will you consider a national mandate that people need to wear masks?
No, I want people to have a certain freedom, and I don't believe in that, no. And I don't agree with the statement that if everybody wear a mask, everything disappears. Hey, Dr. Fauci said don't wear a mask. Our Surgeon General, terrific guy, said don't wear a mask. Everybody was saying don't wear a mask. All of a sudden, everybody's got to wear a mask. And as you know, masks cause problems too. With that being said, I'm a believer in masks. I think masks are good. But I leave it up to the governors.
The House Oversight Committee then issued subpoenas to seek the financial details from his banks, leading to Trump suing them to try to prevent it. However, 2 judges ruled it in the bank's favour to do so. While a settlement was later agreed, the firms did begin to turn over the documents. The first impeachment that was found was when Donald Trump pressured Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to investigate Joe and Hunter Biden to try to gain an advantage in the next election. This led to the House voting to impeach Trump for abuse of power and obstruction of Congress, but he was acquitted. During the 2020 election, Trump claimed that cities would descend into having no law if Joe Biden were to get elected.
Is Joe Biden senile?
I don't want to say that. I say he's not competent to be president. To be president, you have to be sharp and tough and so many other things. He doesn't even come out of his basement. They think, oh, this is a great campaign. So he goes in, I'll then make a speech, it'll be a great speech, and some young guys start writing, Vice President Biden said this. He didn't say it. Joe doesn't know he's alive, okay? He doesn't know he's alive. Do the American people want that? Number one. Number two, I built the greatest economy ever built anywhere in the world, not only in this country, anywhere in the world, until we got hit with the China virus. We got hit with a virus, shouldn't have happened, and we had to close up. We saved millions of lives. Now we've opened it up. Got to go back to school. We're open. We've got to do things. We had the best job numbers we've ever had last month. We should have good ones coming up in 2 weeks. Look, I built the greatest economy in history. I'm now doing it again.
The figure I look at is death. And death is going up now.
Okay,
and it's 1,000 a day.
If you look at death...
Yeah, it's going up again.
Let's look.
Daily death.
Take a look at some of these charts.
I'd love to.
We're going to look.
Let's look.
And if you look at death...
Yeah. It's started to go up again.
Well, right here The United States is lowest in numerous categories. We're lower than the world.
Lower than the world?
Lower than
What is that?
Europe.
In what?
Look.
In what?
Take a look. Right here. Here's case death.
Oh, you're doing death as a proportion of cases. I'm talking about death as a proportion of population. That's where the US is really bad.
Well,
much worse than South Korea, Germany, etc.
You can't do that. You have
Why
to go.
can't I do that?
You have to go by where. Look.
But sir, we have the 7th highest mortality rate in the world. Our mortality rate is higher than Brazil. It's higher than Russia, and the European Union has us on a travel ban.
Yeah, I think what we'll do, well, we have them on a travel ban too, Chris. I closed them off. If you remember, I was the one that did the European Union very early. But when you talk about mortality rates, I think it's the opposite. I think we have one of the lowest mortality rates in the world. We're going to take a look.
We had 900 deaths on a single day.
We will take a look.
This week.
Ready?
You can check it out.
Could you please get me the mortality rate?
Yeah.
Kaylee's right here. I heard we had one of the lowest, maybe the lowest mortality rate anywhere in the world. Do you have the numbers, please? Because I heard we had the best mortality rate. Number one low mortality rate. I hope you show the scenario because it shows what fake news is all about. Okay, go
I don't
ahead.
think I'm fake news, but we'll put
there you were.
we'll put our stats on.
You said we had the worst mortality rate in the world, and we have the best.
You have unemployment claims going up. You have COVID cases going up. I mean, it's like the gods have suddenly decided to conspire against you.
I don't think so at all, no. I think
Well,
we've
what
done a
about
great
these-
job with COVID.
Sir, excuse me, cases are up in about 40 states.
You know why cases are up also? Because we do more testing. The fake news media loves to say cases are up. The fact is we've done a very, very good job.
Cases are up.
We have done, that's right, because we're doing so much testing.
We have more tests by far than any country in the world.
But sir, testing is up 37%.
Well, that's good.
I understand. Cases are up 194%. It isn't just that testing has gone up, it's that the virus has spread. The positivity rate has increased.
Many
the
of
virus
those
is
cases,
worse than it was.
Many of those cases are young people that would heal in a day. They have the sniffles, and we put it down as a test. Many of them, don't forget, I guess it's like 99.7%. People are going to get better, and in many cases, they're going to get better very quickly. We've done 55, it'll be close to 60 million tests. And, you know, there are those that say, you can test too much. You do know that.
Who says that?
Oh, just read the manuals, read the books.
Manuals?
Read the
What
books.
manuals?
Read the books.
What books?
What testing does.
Who- no, I'm
is
sorry.
it just, wait a minute,
Who
John.
said-
Let me explain.
75,000 cases a day.
Show me the death chart.
Well, I don't have the death
well, the
chart here,
death
but,
chart is
but I
much
can
more
tell you
important.
the death chart is 1,000 cases a day.
Excuse me. It's all too much. It shouldn't be one case. It came from China. They should have never let it escape. They should have never let it out. But it is what it is. Take a look at Europe. Take a look at the numbers in Europe. And by the way,
I can
they're
tell
having
you cases
surges.
are 6,000 in the whole European Union.
They don't test. They don't test like
Is
we
it possible
test.
that they don't have the virus as badly
No,
as
it's
we do?
possible that they don't test. That's what's possible.
He misrepresented Biden's words to suggest that he was racist and predicted that the election was going to be rigged despite having no evidence. He went as far as to block the funding for the US Postal Service in order to try to prevent an increase in mail voting. And whenever he was asked if he would accept a loss, he refused to answer.
I don't think I'm going to lose at all.
But if you did, how crushing would it be?
First of all, let me just tell you something. I know everyone wants to know that because they'd love to see me lose. Finally.
I am not
You know
saying
how many
that at all.
times I've been written off? Do you know how many times I've been written off?
I've done some of it myself,
My
sir.
whole
I'm not doing
life.
it this time.
Don't do it because.
But how crushing would it be?
And you know why I won't lose? Because the country, in the end, they're not going to have a man who's shot. He's shot. He's mentally shot. Let him come out of his basement, go around. I'll make 4 or 5 speeches a day. I'll be interviewed by you. I'll be interviewed by the worst killers that hate my guts. They hate my guts. There's nothing they can ask me that I won't give them a proper answer to. Some people will like it. Some people won't like it.
I agree with that.
But look,
You answer the
let
questions.
Biden sit through an interview like this. He'll be on the ground crying for mommy. He'll say, mommy, please take me home.
Well, we've asked him for an interview, sir.
He can't do an interview. He's incompetent. Biden wants to come in and ruin our country. Triple your taxes. He wants to do things. He wants to add regulations that I've all cut. And we still have regulation, a lot of regulation, but I've cut it down to a level that nobody ever thought possible. He will destroy this country, but it won't be him. It will be the radical left.
You told Fox News recently that you couldn't say whether you'd accept the results of the 2020 election. What does that actually look like as the sitting president? I mean, it's unprecedented. What would that actually look
Hillary
like?
Clinton never accepted him.
She conceded on.
She still doesn't accept him, and she got
That's the
beaten
important
very
point.
easily.
That's the important point. She conceded on election night. Now she grumbled about it and said all sorts of
grumbled. She
okay,
wrote books
fine.
about it.
She wrote books.
Don't use the word grumbled.
Fine, but
she wrote books about it.
That's fine, but
and she got beaten easily.
I get it. I get it.
306 to 223.
I'm not disputing you beat Hillary Clinton.
That's a lot.
Listen, what I'm asking is you'll be the sitting president in the White House. What does that look like?
I wish you would interview Joe Biden like you interview me. It would be so good. You know what?
You like this, I thought. I thought you liked
I don't mind it. I don't mind it. But when I watch him walk out of a store, and he's walking with an ice cream, and the question the media asks him, what kind of ice cream, what flavor ice cream do you have? And he's in the midst of a scandal.
He's not.
And he's taking,
He's
of course
not.
he is,
No.
Leslie.
Come on.
Of course he is. It's the biggest, second biggest scandal.
So-
The biggest scandal was when they spied on my campaign. They spied on my
Well,
campaign,
there's no
Leslie.
real evidence of that.
Of course there is.
No.
It's all over the place. Leslie,
Sir,
they spied on my campaign and they got caught.
Can I say something? You know, this is 60 Minutes, and we can't put on things we can't
No,
verify.
you won't put it on because it's bad for Biden.
We can't
Look, let
put
me tell
on
you,
things we can't verify.
Leslie, they spied
And-
on my campaign.
Well, we can't verify
It's been totally
that.
verified.
No.
It's been, just go down and get the papers. They spied on my campaign, they got caught.
No.
And then they went much further than that, and they got caught. And you will see that, Leslie, and you know that, but you just don't want to put it on the air.
As a matter of fact, I don't know that.
Okay.
And you're out
So
there.
why don't you get back to your interview and let's go.
President Obama and Biden spied on my campaign. It's never happened in history. If it were the other way around, the people would be in jail for 50 years right now. That would be Comey, that would be Brennan, that would be all of this, the two lovers, Strzok and Page. They would be in jail now for many, many years. They would be in jail. It would have started 2 years ago, and they'd be there for 50 years. The fact is, they illegally spied on my campaign. Let's see what happens. Despite that, I did more than any president in history in the first 3.5 years.
There is a tradition in this country, in fact, one of the prides of this country is the peaceful transition of power, and that no matter how hard fought a campaign is, that at the end of the campaign, that the loser concedes to the winner, not saying that you're necessarily going to be the loser or the winner, but that the loser concedes to the winner and that the country comes together in part for the good of the country. Are you saying you're not prepared now to commit
What
to
I'm
that
saying
principle?
is that I will tell you at the time. I'll keep you in suspense.
Can you give a direct answer? You will accept the
I
election?
have to see. Look, I have to see. No, I'm not going to just say yes. I'm not going to say no. And I didn't last time either.
Are you a good loser?
I'm not a good loser. I don't like to lose. I don't lose too often. I don't like to lose.
But are you gracious?
You don't know until you see. It depends. I think mail-in voting is going to rig the election. I really do.
Are you suggesting that you might not accept the results of the election?
I have to see. Look.
Whether it's in 2021 or 2025, how will you regard your years as President of the United States?
I think I was very unfairly treated. From before I even won, I was under investigation by a bunch of thieves, crooks. It was an illegal investigation.
But what about the
Russia,
good?
Russia,
What about the
Russia.
good parts there?
No, I want to go this. I have done more than any president in history in the first 3.5 years, and I've done it suffering through investigations where people have been, General Flynn, where people have been so unfairly treated. The Russia hoax, it was all a hoax. The Mueller scam, it was all a scam. It was all false. I made a bad decision on one bad decision, Jeff Sessions, and now I feel good because he lost overwhelmingly in the great state of Alabama. Here's the bottom line. I've been very unfairly treated, and I don't say that as paranoid. I've been everybody says it. It's going to be interesting to see what happens, but there's tremendous evidence right now as to how unfairly treated I was.
In November 2020, Donald Trump declared victory even before the election results were announced, but he lost to Joe Biden, who won with a 51.3% majority vote. But Trump wasn't going down without a fight, declaring it a fraud and demanding for the results to be overturned. He and his allies filed several lawsuits, all of which were rejected by at least 86 judges due to lack of evidence, and all state election officials rejected the allegations of it being faked. For weeks, Trump withdrew from public activities and blocked government officials from cooperating in Biden's presidential transition, refusing to attend his inauguration. Fear was growing at Trump's next move, as on December the 20th, 2020, the US military leaders were on high alert, deeply concerned about what to do if he declared martial law, suspecting a coup or military action against China or Iran.
You have wanted to be one of those men to have gone to Iran and taken those fellows out?
No, I wouldn't have wanted to be, but I would have done it.
Would you?
Absolutely. The Iranian situation is a case in point. That they hold our hostages is just absolutely and totally ridiculous. That this country sits back and allows a country such as Iran to hold our hostages, to my way of thinking, is a horror.
Obviously, you're advocating that we should have gone in there with troops, etc., and brought our boys out.
I absolutely feel that, yes. I don't think there's any question, and there's no question in my mind. I think right now would be an oil-rich nation, and I believe that we should have done it, and I'm very disappointed that we didn't do it. We had every right to do it at the time. I think we've lost the opportunity.
President, as of today, there have been 8 U.S. military fatalities associated with the war in Iran. How many American deaths are you willing to have in this war?
Well, as I said before, when you have conflicts like this, you always have death. And I was at Dover yesterday. I met the parents, and they were unbelievable people. They were unbelievable people, but they all had one thing in common. They said to me one thing, every single one: finish the job, sir. Please finish the job. And I'll leave you at that.
And this is when January the 6th, 2021 took place. Congress was certifying the election results in the US Capitol as Trump held a rally nearby. He once again demanded the election be overturned, urging his supporters to fight like hell and take back our country by marching to the Capitol.
All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats, which is what they're doing, and stolen by the fake news media. That's what they've done and what they're doing. We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved.
Trump supporters formed a mob and broke into the building, causing it to be evacuated. While this was going on, Trump continued to tweet about it, but never asked anyone to stop.
Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore, and that's what this is all about.
Do you take any responsibility for the country being divided against itself? Do you feel that?
I'd like not to, but, perhaps everybody has to take a little responsibility for it. But when people put out phony witch hunts, when they spy on your campaign, you have to fight back. And if you don't fight back, you're not sitting here very long. You go back home. You go back home to mommy.
Today I will lay out just some of the evidence proving that we won this election, and we won it by a landslide. This was not a close election. I say sometimes jokingly, but there's no joke about it. I've been in 2 elections. I won them both, and the second one I won much bigger than the first, okay?
I'm looking at this country, George, and what's happened in terms of respect.
Almost 75 million people voted for our campaign, the most of any incumbent president by far in the history of our country. 12 million more people than 4 years ago.
I'd like to see some positive things happen for the country. When people tell me from other countries that they no longer respect our country. Now, whether you like Ronald Reagan or didn't like Ronald Reagan, there was a level of respect for this country that we had.
You think President Obama doesn't have that? He's had periods where he's quite popular around the world.
Well, initially he was. Certainly initially he was. But we cannot let the rest of the world beat us up. We're like a whipping post right now.
And I was told by the real pollsters, we do have real pollsters, they know that we were going to do well and we were going to win. But I was told if I went from 63 million, which we had 4 years ago, to 66 million, there was no chance of losing. Well, we didn't go to 66, we went to 75 million, and they say we lost, we didn't lose.
You're obviously passionate about a lot of issues, but you've walked up to this line.
I'm passionate about the country.
So this isn't another reality show?
No, I've done very well. I've had a show that for many nights was the #1 show on television. I don't need that.
And by the way, does anybody believe that Joe had 80 million votes? Does anybody believe that?
I think the next president of the United States could have some very, very, very serious problems. It's going to be, I think, a very difficult presidency because of the problems that we're talking about right now.
You could take third world countries. Just take a look. Take third world countries. Their elections are more honest than what we've been going through in this country. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace.
Watch this whole debate, Ray, and you've been completely unflagging in your refusal to accept defeat. And
you know why, though? You know why? Because if our country doesn't have fair and free elections, and if our country doesn't have borders, we don't have a country.
Okay.
We have crooked, corrupt elections.
But here's what I would say to you.
And I've proven it.
Here's what I would say to you. I believe it was a free and fair election and that you lost.
You don't really believe
That's my belief.
Right. Well, then you're a fool.
However,
then you're a fool.
Maybe I am a fool. Maybe I'm the fool in this conversation about
and you're a fool and you haven't studied it.
You look at last night, they're all running around like chickens with their heads cut off with boxes, and nobody knows what the hell is going on. There's never been anything like this. We will not let them silence your voices. We're not going to let it happen.
It wasn't until 6 p.m. that evening when he finally told everyone to go home with love and peace. He described his followers as great patriots and again maintained that he had won the election, despite Congress reconfirming that Joe Biden was the true president. During the attack, over 140 police officers were injured and 5 people had died either during or after the incident. Trump was initially charged with incitement to insurrection, which he denied, and despite 7 Republican senators voting for his conviction, he was still later acquitted. After the attacks, Donald Trump resigned from the Screen Actors Guild American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, and the union later permanently banned him due to the incident. Due to the election that Trump still maintained had been faked, the Republican Party began to use false claims to try to impose new voting restrictions in their favor, attempting to pressure state legislators to overturn the results to no avail. In February 2021, Trump registered yet another company known as Trump Media and Technology Group, providing social networking services to United States customers, which later merged with the special purpose acquisition company Digital World Acquisition and spun off with the social media platform Truth Social. However, his legal battles continued in 2022 when New York filed a civil lawsuit against him, accusing Donald of inflating the Trump organization's value in order to gain an advantage with lenders and banks. He was found liable and ordered to pay nearly $355 million plus interest. The US House of Representatives also wanted criminal charges to be brought against Trump for the January 6th attacks on the Capitol for obstructing an official proceeding, conspiracy to defraud the United States, and inciting or assisting an insurrection. He was later indicted on 13 charges, including racketeering for trying to subvert the 2020 election. In January 2022, the National Archives and Records Administration received 15 boxes of documents that Trump had taken to Mar-a-Lago after leaving the White House, some of which were classified. But it led to an FBI search of his estate on August the 8th to find some illegally held documents, some of which were in breach of the Espionage Act. They ended up collecting 11 sets of classified documents, some of which were marked as top secret. On July the 14th, 2022, Donald's first wife Ivana Trump passed away at the age of 73, being found at the bottom of her staircase at her New York City apartment. Her death was ruled as an accident, with signs of blunt force injuries being found on her torso. It was in June 2023 when a federal grand jury indicted Trump again on 31 counts of willfully retaining national defense information under the Espionage Act, among other charges, to which he pleaded not guilty. While Judge Eileen Cannon dismissed the case as the prosecutor allegedly acted unconstitutional, the entire thing was dropped once Trump returned back to the White House due to the Justice Department having a policy against prosecuting current presidents. Though in May 2024, Donald Trump was officially convicted of 34 felonies for falsifying business records, as evidence was found of him booking Michael Cohen's hush money payments to adult film actress Stormy Daniels to cover up their affair during the 2016 election.
Meeting up with Donald Trump then was not out of line at all.
No, I'd met lots of famous people, many that I was way more excited to meet than him. I won't name any names, so don't ask me.
Just going to say that that determines that I should ask.
But yeah, I wasn't intimidated. I was amused and entertained and curious, but I wasn't like,
oh my God, be still my heart. No, I was like, whatever.
But when Donald Trump obviously caught your eye, you knew.
Oh, he did not.
No, you knew that you
that was back. You have that backwards.
No, I was just about to say, you knew that you'd caught his eye.
Yes.
And, but you didn't, you just saw that as another rich man, I guess.
It didn't even matter that he was rich. He was just another male, and I was in a little skimpy outfit and have huge boobs.
But the reason to go and accept an invitation, have you worked out exactly what that was about?
Curiosity, nothing more. I had, he was all over the entertainment news shows, because some of the things he was doing in mainstream television at the time were like the clips of the week on all these like E-television, these little things, and it was always something ridiculous. And it was boredom, in all honesty, a way to get out of going to something that I didn't want to go to. So it was the lesser of two evils. And curiosity, I actually called my publicist. I was like, you're never gonna believe this. And he was like, well, you're gonna go, right? And I was like, why? And he was like, because, just think, maybe you'll learn something. Maybe, he'll realize how smart and funny and, whatever, and maybe he knows all the networks, maybe he'll cast you in something. And I was like, I doubt it, I don't care. And then my publicist was like, okay, fine, we'll just go to that dinner with those other people if you want. I was like, oh, yeah, I guess it's good. And then I actually ran into some friends later, and so I almost didn't go again because I'd rather just hang out with some girlfriends that I didn't know was in town. So it wasn't like I was dying to go. It was just sort of like, oh, I've got nothing better to do. This might be very entertaining.
However, he was given no penalty sentence, which is known as an unconditional discharge, as it would have interfered with his presidential campaign in the 2024 election.
I was super naive.
You were 27.
I was, but I hadn't, like I said, even though I was in the adult business, I hadn't really been in a position. I had been propositioned many times. Every night, when I started feature dancing, and emails every day, how much. I've definitely been propositioned thousands of times at that point. But it was always a very open request for a transactional experience. Hey, do you do this? How much? Straight up, which I appreciate, no, I don't do that, I'm sorry, but I'm very flattered, thank you, was always my response. And in this case, it wasn't like that. I felt like I was tricked a little bit. Maybe not even intentionally, he probably just thought that's what, and I got myself into a situation that I wasn't prepared for it because I was blindsided, I guess is the best way to describe it.
Around $100 million of Trump's 2024 campaign actually had to go towards his legal bills. But this time around, he began making increasingly violent statements, promising to weaponize the FBI and Justice Department against his political opponents, saying that he would use the military to target Democratic politicians and those not supporting him, and he continued dehumanizing immigrants.
With a low IQ person, because Gavin Newsom has admitted that he has learning disabilities. Honestly, I'm all for people with learning disabilities, but not for my president. I think a president should not have learning disabilities, okay? And I know it's highly controversial to say such a horrible thing. The president of the United States, Gavin Newsom, admitted that he has learning disabilities, dyslexia, everything about him is dumb.
When you say Cuba is next.
Cuba.
Is Cuba, whatever you do with the military there, it seems like something. Will that look more like Iran or Venezuela?
Can't tell you that. I can tell you that they're talking to us. It's a failed nation. They have no money, they have no oil, they have no nothing. They have nice land. They have nice landscape, It's a beautiful island. I think Cuba, in its own way, for tourism and everything else, it's a beautiful island, great weather. They're not in a hurricane zone, which is nice for a change, They won't be asking us for money for hurricanes every week. But But I think Cuba's seen the end. You know, all my life I've been hearing about the United States and Cuba. When will the United States do it? I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. It'd be good. That's a big honor.
Taking Cuba.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah. Taking Cuba. I mean, whether I free it, take it, I think I could do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth? They're a very weakened nation.
Why do you want this job? Why do you want to be president again?
Because we've done a great job and it's not finished yet. And when I finish, this country will be in a position like it hasn't been maybe ever. The economy is already roaring back, and other people aren't going to bring it back. Certainly the person that we're dealing with is not going to bring it back. They're going to raise taxes.
What do you think that Kamala Harris would be doing in office that would be better?
Yeah, for sure. Okay, first and foremost, she wouldn't have taken healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans like Trump. She wouldn't have taken food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans like Trump. She wouldn't have refused to abide by a court order to pay out those food stamp benefits to 16 million Americans like Trump. She wouldn't have started a war in the Middle East, costing 3 American lives in the last 24 hours like Trump. Okay, she wouldn't have reduced the purchasing power of the low and middle class just to give it all back to the top 1% like Trump. She wouldn't have asked the military to draft a plan of an invasion of one of her allies like Trump. She wouldn't have illegally hid a file accusing her of child rape like Trump. She wouldn't have illegally had her name redacted over 950,000 times by the DOJ in defiance of Congress and in breaking federal law like Trump. She wouldn't have attacked the First Amendment by saying that it's illegal to criticize her in the media like Trump. Okay, she wouldn't have attacked the 14th Amendment, attempting to reclassify citizens as undocumented immigrants by infringing on their 14th Amendment rights like Trump. Okay, she wouldn't have attacked Article 1 and 2 of the Constitution by arguing that she has the ability to pass legislation without congressional approval, or she has the ability to nationalize midterm elections, even though the Constitution expressly says otherwise like Trump. And she would have done a lot of good that Trump isn't doing, like, okay, the advocation for an increase in the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, which is what she ran on, that would have reduced childhood poverty by upwards of 40%, unlike Trump, who's increasing poverty by destroying the economy. Okay, and she also would have implemented tax cuts that actually make sense and work for the average American low and middle class, especially younger Americans like you or I, because her tax cuts included a $25,000 subsidy for first-time homebuyers. So we would have just gotten $25K for free in our bank accounts the first time we both buy a house, unlike Trump.
If you hate this country, man, why don't you just move or something?
Donald Trump, he didn't like the country under Biden, right?
Yeah, I don't think anybody
So
did.
he should have just moved. You just said, if you don't like it here, then move. Okay, so Trump didn't like it here under Biden's administration. He thought the election was stolen from him. He thought Democrats were destroying the country from within. He should have left. He should have moved.
Do you think that your tweets and your name calling are turning people off?
No, I think I wouldn't be here if I didn't have social media. But the media is fake. And frankly, if I didn't have social media, I'd have no way of getting out my voice.
Do you know what you told me a long time ago when I asked why you keep saying fake media?
Yeah.
You said to me, I say that because I need to discredit you so that when you say negative things about me, no one will believe you.
I don't have to discredit you.
But that's what you told me.
You've discredited yourself.
You know, I didn't want to have this kind of angry.
Of course you did.
No, I didn't.
Of course you did.
No, I didn't.
Well, then you brought up a lot of subjects that
Well, I said
were
I'm going to ask you
inappropriately brought
tough
up.
questions.
They were inappropriately brought up right from the beginning. No, your first question was, this is going to be tough questions.
Why?
You don't ask Joe Biden. I saw your interview with Joe, the interview with Joe Biden.
I never did a Joe
It was
Biden
a joke.
interview.
The interview, 60 Minutes. I see Joe Biden giving softball after softball. I've seen all of his interviews. He's never been asked a question that's hard.
Okay, but forget him for a minute.
No, but you
You're
start
president,
with me.
You're president. And
Excuse me, Leslie, you started with me. Your first statement was, are you ready for tough questions?
Are you?
That's no way to talk. It's no way to talk.
Leslie, one second.
I think we have enough of an interview here, Hope. Okay, that's enough. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go meet for 2 seconds, okay? Thanks. I'll see you in a little while. Thanks.
Be careful.
What was inaccurate so far?
I thought your demeanor was inaccurate. I thought that questions that you were posing to people in my organization were inaccurate and false and unfair.
Well, questions by definition can't be inaccurate. The question.
Well, I think the questions themselves were put in such a way that
that made them statements, and they became statements as opposed to questions, and I think that's not good reporting.
Such as?
It doesn't matter. I mean, I don't think your viewers would be very interested in it, nor do I want to embarrass you.
I haven't mentioned.
That's it.
No, yeah. No, I realise that. I realise I'm not like.
Very
I just haven't asked you
You're
about
a very dissent. This was a 20-minute interview.
I'm sorry.
Listen, this was a 20-minute interview.
Don't you think?
Okay, let's go.
That was a great interview.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Turn the camera off.
He called his political opponents the enemy, vermin, fascists, and made derogatory statements unlike anything that a political candidate had ever said before. Some medical experts even grew increasingly more concerned with his age and health based on his speech and behaviour. But Trump continued to maintain that the 2020 election had been rigged, and was even predicting that 2024 would be as well. On July the 13th that year, Donald Trump was nearly assassinated in Butler Township, Pennsylvania, where he was grazed in the ear by a bullet, but survived, possibly thanks to a last-minute head turn.
Take a look at what happened.
Though many believe that this whole thing was staged in order to gain sympathy votes for the election. On September the 15th, Trump was faced with yet another assassination attempt in Florida during a game of golf, but once again he made it out unscathed. In November, Donald Trump once again won the election, beating Kamala Harris with 49.8% of the vote. His inauguration took place on January the 10th, 2025, now becoming the oldest person to become president, the first president with a felony conviction, and only the second to run 2 non-consecutive terms. He instantly signed a series of executive orders, though these drew more legal issues as they ignored or violated federal laws, regulations, and the Constitution, all within just a few weeks, gaining over 300 lawsuits nationwide. Trump ordered for a review of many career civil service positions with the intent of reclassifying them into at-will positions without any job protections. He ordered the firing of many federal employees, which was unprecedented, and by February he had terminated over 30,000 people. Trump rescinded Lyndon B. Johnson's 1965 Executive Order 11246, which allowed for federal contractors to take affirmative action to end racial discrimination, and along with Elon Musk and his Department of Government Efficiency, they dismantled several federal agencies, firing thousands of people and reducing administrative functions to statutory minimums. He ordered investigations into his political opponents and anyone aligned with the Democratic Party and filed his own personal lawsuits against them. By July, Trump had extracted over $1.2 billion in settlements against institutions that opted to settle instead of fighting back. He then signed the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, which made certain tax cuts from years earlier permanent and added further tax deductions, totaling around $4.5 trillion. But this would only benefit those of a higher income and would cost those on a lower income around $1,600 a year. Trump instead increased the funding for national defense, deportations, the wall, and a missile shield, as well as removing tax credits for clean energy projects using renewable energy sources like wind and solar power. He granted clemency to all of the January 6th rioters, even if they had violently attacked the police, pardoning over 1,500 people. Under Joe Biden's administration, the economy was resilient, with low unemployment and declining inflation. But once Trump was re-elected, he ordered agencies to stop enforcing disfavored rules in an attempt at large-scale regulation, which was described as being illegal and contrary to decades of federal law. He cancelled or paused several federal grants, made large cuts to scientific research, which was also illegal and unconstitutional. He and his team promoted anti-science and anti-vaccine ideology, which led to a rise in coughs and measles. He reduced the Department of Justice's public integrity section from 30 to just 5 lawyers, firing 17 independent inspectors general at government agencies and 12 members of independent oversight boards and watchdog agencies, and he pardoned and dropped the charges against any officials that had been accused of corruption.
I think he's really just trying to take care of the crime and economic status.
If you care about crime, why don't you care about his? Listen, I feel like I'm literally going to go insane and like stop doing these lives for this one specific reason. Every single Trump supporter comes up here, says they care about crime. They support Trump because he's getting rid of it. But then you don't care that he pardoned 72 violent offenders that tried to kill cops on January 6th, and then he turned around and called them patriots. You don't care that he tried to make it illegal to an attempt to ban the burning of the American flag, even though SCOTUS ruled in the 90s that was constitutionally protected, meaning that he's doing something illegal and unconstitutional by trying to ban it. You don't care that he said it was illegal to criticize in the media, even though that is also protected under the First Amendment, meaning that's another unconstitutional sentiment suggested by Trump. You don't care that for the last 6 months he's been arguing that he's found ways to run for a third term and that it's all Trump 2028, even though the 22nd Amendment says that no president may serve more than 2 terms, meaning that that is him advocating for breaking the law, committing a crime, and disregarding the Constitution. You don't care about the felonies. You don't care about the civil court that held him liable for rape. You don't care about the civil court in Florida that held him liable for stealing classified documents and then hiding them from the FBI. You don't care about the other civil court in New York that determined he was guilty of defrauding students at Trump University. You don't care about the civil court in New York that he settled in 1973 that determined he was not renting to black tenants because of their race. You don't care about the civil court that determined that he had improperly wrote up the value of one of his properties to get a bigger loan, which was illegal in business fraud. Like, why don't you care, right, about any of like the vastly illegal things that Donald Trump is doing today, did yesterday, the week before that, the year before that, the decade before that, and 50 years before that too? You know, like, why don't you care about the lifetime of crime of the president, but you care about a simple misdemeanor of an undocumented immigrant simply to develop a better life for them and their families while also productively contributing to this country?
He blamed societal problems on diversity, equity and inclusion, known as DEI, as well as wokeness. He claimed that diversity was incompetent while he reversed pro-diversity policies. Regarding DEI and anti-Semitism, Trump threatened cultural institutions and 60 universities, forcing law firms to agree with him. He ordered military deployments to several Democratic Party-led cities, threatening to expand further across the country. He launched aggressive campaigns against the LGBTQ+ community, raising anti-trans policies, eliminating the federal recognition of trans people, stripping them of their legal protections, and to erase their identities from their public life. He signed executive orders for his administration to define sex strictly by their biological birth, banning trans people from the military, restricting or defunding gender-affirming healthcare, opposing inclusive language, as well as censoring research and education materials, targeting schools for promoting what he referred to as gender ideology. He planned to ban trans athletes from sports, limit their passport access, and to undermine their rights overseas, believing that trans people were becoming a societal threat, causing a surge of emigration and asylum claims by trans Americans.
We have a radical left destructive ideology, and it's being taught in our schools. And don't act like you're surprised to hear this. There are books written about it. And we can't let that go on. We can't let them change the true meaning of what we're all about. And that's what they're trying to do, and I don't want it to happen. Not on my watch. It's not going to happen on my watch.
Trump reverted back to ordering Border Patrol agents to deport illegal immigrants for crossing the border, disabling the CBP-1 app which was used to schedule the border crossings, resumed the Remain in Mexico policy, designated drug cartels as terrorist groups, and ordered the wall to continue being built. He tried to remove birthright citizenship as well as suspend the refugee admissions program. In March 2025, Trump used the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to imprison illegal immigrants even without a trial, one of which was caused by an administrative error and most of which had no criminal record. He targeted activists, legal immigrants, tourists and students with visas who ever tried to oppose him or showed criticism of his policies or were pro-Palestine. Several American citizens themselves were either detained or deported. He imposed tariffs on major trading parties like China, Canada and Mexico and started a global trade war. Trump suspended the American financial contributions to the World Trade Organization and always honored cabinet members who had pure loyalty. He claimed that Elon Musk was a special government employee, providing him and his Department of Government Efficiency access to many federal government agencies, though Trump would end up firing most of his staff in the following months. He attempted to ban the TikTok platform at one point, and his administration asserted that they had a constitutional right to ignore ignore federal laws, but most believe that he was leading a cult with his racial, religious, sexist, and ethnic minorities discriminatory language. Trump has often been blamed for violence, often urging and praising physical attacks on protesters and reporters, though others have claimed that he can't be held accountable for other people's actions. Though a nationwide review conducted by ABC News found 54 criminal cases where he was invoked in direct connection with violence or threats of violence, most of which were carried out by white men and most of which were directed towards minorities.
Do you know how hard it is to be a white guy? Like, if someone's like, hey man, who'd you vote for? And I'm like, Trump.
One, it's not hard. And two,
it's extremely hard.
Am I a white dude?
But you would never wear a Trump shirt.
So that's not about you being white, it's about you wearing a Trump shirt, Thomas. You cannot say it's, oh my god, it's so hard to be a white guy when what you just said was wearing a Trump shirt, not being a white guy.
Dude, if I was a black guy in a Trump shirt, I'd be sad.
Anyone wearing MAGA is going to be looked at in a negative context, you know that, right?
But not by everybody, by some.
I don't understand what you were trying to argue here. I just think that you just want to be a victim.
Whoa!
You just said, oh my god, it's so hard to be a white guy. It's so hard to be a white guy. You just want to be a victim. This victim mentality of, oh my god, it's so hard to be a white guy. It's so hard to be white. It's so ridiculous. What about you being white disenfranchises you? Absolutely nothing.
He often refused to berate those responsible for the January 6th attacks and refused to condemn the white supremacist Proud Boys. During his first presidency, it was also calculated that he had made around 30,573 false or misleading statements.
Whether or not in a place like Chicago you do stop and frisk, which worked very well. Mayor Giuliani is here. It worked very well in New York.
Stop and frisk was ruled unconstitutional in New York because it largely singled out black and Hispanic young men.
No, you're wrong.
The argument is that it's a form of racial profile.
No, the argument is that we have to take the guns away from these people that have them and that are bad people that shouldn't have them.
Jimmy Kimmel would meet me before the election. I'm telling you, true story. I don't even think you'd deny it. No talent, but I'd go to a studio to do a shot, to do a thing. He would stand outside of the sidewalk waiting for me. Oh, here he comes, Donald Trump. Oh, he opens my door. I said, does he do this to everybody, to his people? He does it for nobody.
Right. Including you, I do it for nobody because that never happened. Our guests don't even come in this way through the front door. They come in the back from the alley, but look at what's going on out there. You think the Secret Service would let the Republican nominee for president come in this way? No. I'll tell you what really happened, okay? As we see a man with a snake and fanny pack Superman strolling around. Donald Trump, this is what really happened that night. Donald Trump showed up one night outside our show, banging on the backstage door. It was 2007. He had a half-finished bucket of chicken under his arm. And he was screaming that he needed to use the bathroom. But unfortunately, there was someone in the bathroom. I believe it was Zach Braff who was in the bathroom. So Donald took a look around. He stuffed the remainder of the chicken in his jacket. He dropped his pants. He did his business in the bucket. That's true. That story is exactly as true as his was.
Just want to ask you about something very interesting that you said twice today. That you talked to another former president about the Iran strikes.
I did.
Was it George W. Bush?
No.
Was it Bill Clinton?
I don't want to say. I don't want to say. Because
Barack Obama.
a member of a party, they have Trump derangement syndrome, but it's somebody that happens to like me, and I like that person who's a smart person. But that person said, I wish I did it. Okay, but I don't want to get into who.
Okay.
I don't want to get him into trouble. Maybe, hey,
I have a guess.
You know what? Yeah, I think you probably know. It's interesting. And maybe he'd be proud. And I could even ask him that. Would you like me to reveal your name?
Well, we know it wasn't George Bush because Donald Trump says it wasn't him. And Bill Clinton, spokesperson, put out a statement saying he hasn't talked to Trump on Iran. So for Trump to keep this lie alive, he has to claim it was Biden or Obama. I have a feeling that Donald Trump forgot there were only 4 other living presidents. He probably thought there was a multitude of them and it could be anybody, so they could never track this down. So now Trump is painted into a corner. Do you like Obama or do you like Biden?
She failed to get the birth certificate. When I got involved, I didn't fail. I got him to give the birth certificate. So I'm satisfied with it.
I just want to get the answer here.
the birth certificate was produced in 2011. You continued to tell the story and question the president's legitimacy in 2012, 13, 14, 15, as recently as January. So the question is, what changed your mind?
Well, nobody was pressing it. Nobody was caring much about it. I figured you'd ask the question tonight, of course.
Even the people who like the president know he makes things up, but still, it's weird to hear him tell a lie that specifically involves you. All of a sudden, you're like, wait, no, he's lying. That's not... For the record, not only was I not on the sidewalk waiting for him, opening the door to his car, I didn't even go to his dressing room to say hello for the show. I never do. In 15 years, I've done it 7 times. I like to greet the guests on stage. I feel dumb saying hello to them and then saying hello again 10 minutes later, but I digress. None of that actually happened, but I'm sure he'll clear it all up here.
But he's waiting for me. 2 or 3 times I did a show before this. Now I wouldn't do a show. That guy's terrible. But I do a show, and he's standing out on Hollywood, whatever, Boulevard, and he's standing there, opening up the door, like going crazy. Oh, hello. I wasn't president. I was like a guy, right? A guy with potential. Right? With potential.
A guy with potential to ruin everything that is good in the world.
Mr. Trump, this year, Secretary Clinton became the first woman nominated for president by a major party. Earlier this month, you said she doesn't have, quote, a presidential look. She's standing here right now. What did you mean by that?
She doesn't have the look. She doesn't have the stamina. I said she doesn't have the stamina. And I don't believe she does have the stamina. To be president of this country, you need tremendous stamina.
The quote was,
you
I
have,
just don't think she has
wait a minute,
presidential
unless you asked me a
look.
question. Did you ask me a question?
Looks like it's about 3.1 billion. It went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
Yeah, I haven't heard that from anybody at the Fed.
Yeah, it just came out.
Our notes had it about 3.1 as well.
3.1.
3.2. This came from us?
Yes. I don't know who does that.
You're including the Martin renovation. You just added
our entire capital.
Yeah, you just added in a third building. Is what that is. That's a third building.
Well, no,
the
but
Martin building.
it's a building that's being built.
No, it was built 5 years ago. We finished Martin 5 years ago.
You had supported the war in Iraq before the invasion. What makes your
I did not support the war in Iraq.
2002.
That is a mainstream media nonsense put out by her. Because she, frankly, I think the best person in her campaign is mainstream media.
My question is, since
would you like to hear?
Why is your
I was against the war.
judgment-
Wait a minute. I was against the war in Iraq. Just so you put it out.
The record shows otherwise.
The record
but why
does not show.
is your
the
judgment
record shows that I'm right.
When Donald Trump said, quote, Kamala Harris is not smart enough to do a news conference, the networks could have simply put on the side of the screen, Kamala Harris is a graduate of Howard University and University of California Hastings College of Law.
It also means getting our allies to pay. These nations must pay.
Must pay more.
Money is starting to pour in. Billions of dollars more have begun to pour into NATO.
The Russia's a phony story. All you see is the Russia story, Russia is fake news. This Russia thing with Trump and Russia, you can talk all you want about Russia. They do the faux Russia. I call it the fake Russia story. So they made up this Russia thing to try and deflect because they're embarrassed by what happened.
I won't talk about how much I saved you on the F-35.
The F-35.
Off the F-35.
On the F-35. On the airplanes, I saved $725 million. Probably took me a half an hour. Let's take a look at what's going on in Michigan with Ford and General Motors and Fiat Chrysler. And I want to thank Ford. Ford has been phenomenal. And with General Motors, so many of them. Ford announced last week, it will abandon its plans to build a new factory in Mexico. Ford, great company. Obamacare is a disaster. Obamacare is a disaster. Care is a disaster. Care is a disaster. You have to remember.
The disaster known as Obamacare.
The disaster known as Obamacare.
The Obamacare disaster.
It's the worst anybody's ever seen. It's a disaster. Obamacare is a disaster.
Disaster known as... That was easy. Better say think, otherwise they'll give me a Pinocchio. And I don't like those. I don't like Pinocchios. No, we have the greatest economy ever. We had the greatest economy in the world, in the history of the world. We have the greatest economy in the in the history of the world. No country had anywhere near us. We had the best economy anywhere in the world by far.
There have been 4 or 5 presidents who have presided over, greater periods of economic growth. And
no matter how you slice it, in terms of unemployment rates or gross domestic product growth, they were better than under Trump.
You have to see these trade deals.
We were losing a fortune.
Hundreds of billions of dollars. We lost $500 billion. 300, 400, 500 billion dollars a year. Billion!
And for years,
we were losing a tremendous amount of money.
we're losing a lot of money.
you don't lose money on trade, you don't gain money on trade.
You don't make or lose money on trade. It's not like a barter situation.
It's the biggest reduction in taxes in the history of this country. It's the biggest tax cut in American history. This is the largest tax cut in the history of our country. The biggest tax cut, biggest reform of all time.
Obama has still a greater claim to passing a bigger tax cut than Trump, when he was president.
Trump's tax cut ranks 8th in the last 100 years.
Oh, believe me, if it's off by 0.01%, it's like I end up getting Pinocchios, right? Because, they say I'd like to give him a Pinocchio, 4 Pinocchios. And I just say very simply, why doesn't he show his birth certificate?
We do not have time for this kind of silliness.
I think that I've developed very, very good relationships over the last little while with the African-American community. I think you can see that. Look at my African-American over here.
If I was starting off today, I would love to be a well-educated black because I really believe they do have an actual advantage.
Today, I'm very proud of myself.
A well-educated black has a tremendous advantage over a well-educated white in terms of the job market.
Is anybody here willing to give up the big pay raise you just got? Or you haven't gotten one in more than 10 years? More than 10 years. And we got you a big one. I got you a big one. They had plenty of people that came up. They said, we could make it smaller. We could make it 3%. We could make it 2%. We could make it 4%. I said, no. Make it 10%. Make it more than 10%.
Troops have been given a raise every year for more than 3 decades. The raises for 2018 and 2019 did not even come close to 10%. They're 2.4% and 2.6% respectively. Mr. Trump made the baseless claim this week that most of the people not getting paid are Democrats. First, it's clear that what the president said was just false. But it's not clear whether he is intentionally telling these bold-faced, provable lies, or he has no idea what he's talking about.
One thing I can promise you this. I will always tell you the truth.
Donald Trump lies like breathing. He doesn't know what the truth is.
The crowd was massive. That was all the way back down to the Washington Monument. It looked like 1.5 million people to get this network. And it showed an empty field. And it said we drew 250,000 people. Now that's not bad, but it's a lie. We built the greatest economy in the history of the world. Best unemployment numbers, best everything. We took care of the VA with Veterans Choice. You saw that. What Obama passed was not. The wall is being built, and we're doing 10 miles a week. It'll be completed very soon. So we're going to Texas. We're going to the southern border. As you know, we've completed the wall. They may want to expand it. And Mexico is paying for the wall, by the way, in case you had any questions. These fact checkers, they'll check facts with me, and I'm like 99% right. And they'll say, and therefore, he lied. We got $28 billion from China that went to our farmers because they targeted you. We tariffed China a lot of money, and they paid for it. You didn't pay. You know, the fake news likes to say you don't pay. They paid.
We won Georgia easily. We won it by hundreds of thousands of votes. Actually, I won Wisconsin.
We will win this, and as far as I'm concerned, we already have one.
There has never been, ever before, an administration that's been so open and transparent. I was the most transparent and am transparent president in history. You know, some of the most dishonest people in media are the so-called fact checkers. They say the noise causes cancer. You tell me that one, okay?
I went through the whole Mueller hoax. They did this big report. I was totally exonerated.
Did you actually totally exonerate the president?
No.
Your reports expressly states that it does not exonerate the president.
It does. My father is German, right? Born in a very wonderful place in Germany. No religion, no anything. Hurt the Bible, hurt God. 12 years ago, I was named Man of the Year of Michigan. Can you believe it? Long before I thought about it. You look at what's happening last night in Sweden. Sweden. Who would believe this? Sweden.
Problem is, nothing much had happened in Sweden.
Sweden is accusing Trump of fake news.
By the way, I brought back Big Ten football. It was me, and I'm very happy to do it. If you don't test, you don't have any cases. If we stop testing right now, we'd have very few cases, if any. This is going to go away without a vaccine. It's going to go away, and we're not going to see it again.
Donald Trump tells more lies and falsehoods than any president in either party in history.
I have to be always very truthful, because if I'm a little bit off, they call me a liar. Oh boy, these people are bad. What a group of people we have. What a group of dishonest scum we have, I'm telling you. So many lies, so many fabrications, so much exaggeration. You mentioned now Elizabeth Warren. She's not true to it. I call her fairy tale, because everything's a fairy tale. That's how Pocahontas got started. Everything's a fairy tale. He has pledged a $4 trillion tax hike on almost all American families. At the Democrat National Convention, Joe Biden and his party repeatedly assailed America as a land of racial, economic, and social injustice. We will always and very strongly protect patients with pre-existing conditions, and that is a pledge from the entire Republican Party. And for those of you that still drive a car, look how low your gasoline bill is. You haven't seen that in a long time. The United States has among the lowest case fatality rates of any major country anywhere in the world. Over the past 3 months, we have gained over 9 million jobs, and that's a record in the history of our country. In the left's backward view, they do not see America as the most free, just, and exceptional nation on earth. Instead, they see a wicked nation that must be punished for its sins.
This is a great nation. We're a good and decent people. For Lord's sake, this is the United States of America. There's never been anything we've been able to accomplish when we've done it together.
Joe Biden is not a savior of America's soul. He is the destroyer of America's jobs. From the moment I left my former life behind, and it was a good life, I have done nothing but fight for you. We have already built 300 miles of border wall, and we are adding 10 new miles every single week. And I say very modestly that I have done more for the African American community than any president since Abraham Lincoln. He opposed the mission to take out Osama bin Laden. Joe Biden claims he has empathy for the vulnerable, yet the party he leads supports the extreme late-term abortion of defenseless babies right up until the moment of birth. When I took bold action to issue a travel ban on China, very early indeed, Joe Biden called it hysterical and xenophobic. In a new term as president, we will again build the greatest economy in history. Biden has promised to abolish the production of American oil, coal, shale, and natural gas. These same policies led to crippling power outages in California just last week. Everybody saw that. The Biden plan would eliminate America's borders in the middle of a global pandemic, and he's even talking about taking the wall down. How about that? When asked if he supports cutting police funding, Joe Biden replied, yes, absolutely. In recent months, our nation and the entire planet has been struck by a new and powerful, invisible enemy. We are delivering life-saving therapies and will produce a vaccine before the end of the year, or maybe even sooner.
We started no wars. We didn't have Russia fighting in Ukraine. We didn't have China threatening every day Taiwan. They wouldn't have done it. And Russia would have never gone into Ukraine. Never, no chance.
How can you be sure about it?
I know it. I know my people and I know Putin. and he would have never done it.
Will you release video of that strike so that the American people can see for themselves what
I don't know what they have, but whatever they have, we'd certainly release, no problem.
You said you would have no problem with releasing the full video of that strike. Secretary Hegseth now says...
You said that, I didn't say that. This is ABC fake news.
There's a difference between having a career and working for me.
You have said you don't want Marla to work. You actually said
No.
that on the day of the wedding, actually.
I think I'm probably mixed. I have days where I think it's great, and then I have days where if I come home and, you know, I don't want to sound too much like a chauvinist, but when I come home and dinner's not ready, I go through the roof, okay?
You just suggested that Iran somehow got its hands on a tomahawk and bombed its own elementary school on the first day of the war. But you're the only person in your government saying this. Even your defense secretary wouldn't say that when he was asked, standing over your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something that I was told is under investigation, but tomahawks are used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly, whatever the report shows, I'm willing to live with that report.
He claimed that a rise in crime in the UK was caused by the spread of radical Islamic terror and has never apologised for any of these statements. While he was initially banned from Twitter for his behaviour, once Elon Musk purchased the platform, he reinstated him, though his tweets were often fact-checked by AI, and his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein was then called into question. Epstein's girlfriend Ghislaine Maxwell was found complicit in sex trafficking and hired 17-year-old Virginia Giuffre, who was Virginia Roberts at the time, and she unfortunately became one of his victims. She had worked for Trump at the Mar-a-Lago spa, and according to Donald, once Epstein stole her, he kicked him out. Taking people that work for me is bad, I told him. I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people. Not long after that, he did it again, and I said out of him. This was backed up by a teen daughter of a member of the estate who told her father, while relaxing at Mar-a-Lago, she'd be approached and invited out to Epstein's house. The girl said that she had gone and that Epstein had tried to get her to undress. The girl's father had gone directly to Trump, who, in no uncertain terms, told Epstein that he was barred from Mar-a-Lago. While he claimed to have revoked Epstein's membership straight away, others have claimed that he kept it for years afterwards, and only cancelled it when Epstein was arrested the second time.
I actually threw him out of Mar-a-Lago. And as a person that was in Mar-a-Lago, I threw him out. Mar-a-Lago, this is Mar-a-Lago. It's the hottest place I think it's the hottest place in the world, but it's the hottest place in Florida. And everybody would come here, he'd come here. We actually threw him out. I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people, yeah. He stole her. And by the way, she had no complaints about us, as you know. None whatsoever. I like Bill Clinton. I've always gotten along with Bill Clinton. I've been nice to him, he's been nice to me. We've always gotten along, respect him. I hate to see photos come out of him, but this is what the Democrats, mostly Democrats, and a couple of bad Republicans are asking for. So they're giving their photos of me too. Everybody was friendly with this guy, either friendly or not friendly, but he was around. He was all over Palm Beach and other places. The head of Harvard was his best friend, Larry Summers. And Bill Clinton was a friend of his, but everybody was.
They were best friends. I dated Jeffrey for a period of more or less, I think about 4 or 5 months. And the only friend that he would mention every time we saw each other or had a phone conversation was Donald, and he would share a lot of anecdotes. I have plenty of anecdotes. And yeah, they were very close, and they were up to no good.
Do you have a best friend?
Well, I have so many different friends, and it would be hard to say a best friend.
Is your wife Ivana a best friend?
She's a great friend. I have a father who's a great friend.
I mean, is there somebody that you really confide in?
I tend not to confide. I really tend not to confide. I'm very closed in that sense now. I think that's my own, maybe, guarded mechanism.
Is it that you don't trust people?
I don't trust people, no. I'm a non-trusting person. I trust members of my family. I trust people that are very close to me.
But you know what? They also say you should never go into business with members of your family.
Oh, I agree with that. Going into business with family members is either the best or the worst. There's no in between.
Well, your brother, Robert, is...
Robert does a great job, and Ivana runs the Plaza Hotel, and she's doing a beautiful job.
So, but you just said to me that you don't think that family members should.
No, I generally think it's not a good policy.
But it works
I also
in your
think
family?
it works in my family, and I also think it's a great policy if it does work. When for some reason it doesn't work out, there can be nothing worse.
Well, how do you know it isn't going to go sour?
I don't. You never do.
No, I don't like the pictures of Bill Clinton being shown.
I don't like the pictures of other people being shown. I think it's a terrible thing. I think Bill Clinton's a big boy. He can handle it. But you probably have pictures being exposed of other people that innocently met Jeffrey Epstein years ago, many years ago, and they're, highly respected bankers and lawyers and others, and they'll end up, because of guys like Massey, who's a real lowlife, whose polls are down to about 9%, by the way, in the great state of Kentucky. If you look at Kentucky, Kentucky is such a great place, but I don't know, they've got a couple of people on there that are very strange in terms of leadership, but Massey's a loser, and he likes it, and that he works with the Democrats. He's just being used by the Democrats, because what this whole thing is with Epstein is a way of trying to deflect from the tremendous success that the Republican Party had.
I've seen people confide in the wrong people, and it's really been devastating. And again, I don't say that as a positive.
Do you think, when you were a kid?
Well, I think it stems from the fact that I had a brother who was an extraordinary guy. He was an absolutely brilliant personality. He was handsome, he was wonderful, people loved him, he was nice, he confided to everybody. He was truly a nice human being, and people took advantage of him. And I saw what they did to my brother, and I didn't like it.
The duo parted ways after a bidding war over a property, but some women have accused the pair of sexual assault together. It was on June the 6th, 2025, when Trump and Elon Musk had a falling out, and Musk now claimed that Trump was listed in the infamous Epstein files, which is the only reason they hadn't been publicized yet. This made mainstream news as the Trump administration were reluctant to release the files, despite previously promising to do so, which even caused him to finally lose some support. On the 17th, a letter from Trump to Epstein in 2003 for Epstein's 50th birthday included the words, "We have something in common, Jeffrey." Trump filed a libel lawsuit for defamation, denying ever writing the letter, despite it including his own signature.
Did not write a letter for Jeffrey Epstein's birthday? I don't even know what they're talking about. Now, somebody could have written a letter and used my name, but that's happened a lot. There's no auto pen that can do that. Right? Look at that, Pam. Is that a good signature? Seriously, is that a good signature? Who can write like that? Nobody.
And in fact, I have already seen many forensic analysts of signatures coming out. I believe it was the Daily Signal that published a piece with 3 separate signature analysts who said that this absolutely was not the president's authentic signature. And we have maintained that position all along. The president did not write this letter. He did not sign this letter. And that's why the president's external legal team is aggressively pursuing litigation against the Wall Street Journal, and they will continue to.
The Team Trump's talking points are, he doesn't even know that word, or he can't draw. And not, why would anyone think he would write a creepy letter to a pedophile?
Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect from all the great things Donald Trump has done. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those files.
I'm reclaiming my time. I got your answer. You said there's no evidence.
Trump asked
Chairman, please stop the clock. Stop the clock.
The legislation. This is
time
belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay. I'm going to put up another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center, because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein files.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is on videotape. You said there's no evidence of crime. I'm showing you. Here is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop the limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately. Epstein should rot in hell, so should the men who patronized his operation. And as we sit here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
The gentleman has expired.
May I respond?
Yeah, I don't know how you respond. No one can.
I did not ask a question,
He
Mr.
doesn't
You're
want
allowed
to talk
to.
about
I did
the
not ask a
horrific
question.
crime in California. He does not want to talk about
I did not ask a
crime
question.
in his state.
You can't just
Gentlemen,
ad lib
going
stuff. I
after
did not
Donald
ask a
Trump.
question.
Meeting will be in order.
I have nothing to hide. I've been exonerated. I have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. They went in hoping that they'd find it and found just the opposite. I've been totally exonerated. In fact, Jeffrey Epstein was fighting that I don't get elected with some author, the sleazebag, by the way. And I've been totally exonerated. No, they're getting pulled in, and that's their problem. I don't know, they're gonna have to see what happens. But I watched her in Munich, and she seriously has Trump derangement syndrome.
Do you think that she should publicly testify?
Yeah, I've been totally exonerated on Epstein.
At one point, he was interviewed by Jonathan Swan, who pointed out Ghislaine Maxwell had been arrested for child sex trafficking, and Trump still wished her well. While he initially denied knowledge of her being arrested, it was proven that he did know.
You said, quote, "I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, but I wish her well, whatever it is." Mr. President, Ghislaine Maxwell has been arrested on allegations of child sex trafficking. Why would you wish such a
Well, first
person
of all,
well?
I don't know that, but I do know that
She has. She's been arrested for that. You know
her
that.
friend or boyfriend
Epstein.
was either killed or committed suicide in jail. She's now in jail. Yeah, I wish her well. I'd wish you well. I'd wish a lot of people well. Good luck. Let them prove somebody was guilty. I mean, do you know that
Oh,
she's
so you're
guilty?
saying you hope she doesn't die in jail? Is that what you mean by wish her well?
Her boyfriend died in jail, and people are still trying to figure out, how did it happen? Was it suicide? Was he killed? And I do wish her well. I'm not looking for anything bad for her. I'm not looking bad for anybody. And they took that and
I mean, she's
made
a
it
child
such
alleged child sex
a
trafficker.
big deal. But all it is her boyfriend died. He died in jail. Was he killed? Was it suicide? I do. I wish her well.
Trump's wife Melania denied all allegations, calling her husband a perfect gentleman who was a victim of a conspiracy in the news, and claimed that it's important to check the background of all of the women before instantly believing them, convinced that they were only trying to defame the president, backed up by all of his own children. The Epstein files, which are covered in more detail in another episode, were slowly being released, and it led to the arrest of Prince Andrew, who Trump had also previously denied knowing but described him as being a great guy. Before he was re-elected, the campaigns were pouring in to have the files released. In June 2024, Donald Trump Jr. accused the Joe Biden administration of keeping the list secret to try to protect pedophiles, leading to more urges to have them released publicly. Despite Trump initially wanting them to be released, he suddenly changed his tune and said that it was time for people to move on. In February 2025, the US Attorney General Pam Bondi claimed to have had a list of Epstein clients sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. But over time, she completely changed her mind and said that the list didn't exist. During the investigation, the FBI found dozens of high-profile names, including Donald Trump, but his name was redacted as he was the current president. But he began to criticize reporters for spending so much time covering the Epstein case.
A lot of women who are survivors of Epstein's are unhappy with those redactions that came out. Some of them, entire witness interviews are totally blacked out. Do you think that they should be more transparent?
The fact that they thought they released too much. You know, I heard that. I think it's really time for the country to get onto something else. Really. You know, now that nothing came out about me, other than it was a conspiracy against me, literally, by Epstein and other people. But I think it's time now for the country to maybe get onto something else.
What would you say to people
like
who feel like they haven't gotten
healthcare,
justice, Mr. President?
something that people care about. Yeah, what did you say? Go ahead.
What would you say to
are
the
so
survivors
bad.
who feel like they have gotten
You are the
justice?
worst reporter. No wonder CNN has no ratings because of people like you. You know, she's a young woman. I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile in your face. You know why? You know why you're not smiling? Because you know you're not telling the truth.
Ghislaine Maxwell herself stated, "I certainly never witnessed the president in any of. I don't recall ever seeing him in his house, for instance. I actually never saw the president in any type of massage setting. I never witnessed the president in any inappropriate setting in any way. The president was never inappropriate with anybody." though it's worth noting that Maxwell had a history of lying about her and Epstein's crimes in interviews, and has always praised Trump, admitting, "I admire his extraordinary achievement in becoming the president now. I like him and I've always liked him." However, Trump was asked if he would pardon her for her crimes, to which he replied, "I'm allowed to do it, but it's something I haven't thought about." The White House themselves denied that she was given any preferential treatment, though she was moved to a minimum security facility in Bryan, Texas, which they claimed was standard routine, but this was called into question. On September the 4th, 2025, political activist James O'Keefe secretly recorded the Department of Justice Acting Deputy Chief of Special Operations Joseph Schnitt, who admitted that the Epstein files were real, saying there's thousands and thousands of pages of files. They'll redact every Republican or conservative person in those files, leave all of the liberal Democratic people in those files. He also claimed that Maxwell's transfer was against FBI policy because she's a convicted sex offender. They're offering her something to keep her mouth shut. Schnitt didn't know that he was being recorded and claimed that his comments were based on what he had learned from the media. The DOJ claimed that the comments were all false and that Joseph Schnitt had no role in the department's internal review of Epstein's materials. On October the 20th, Trump demolished the east wing of the White House with no prior announcement to make space for a ballroom, which was going to be nearly double the size of the house itself. But this led to a lawsuit as the demolition didn't stand the public review processes, and it may have been illegal. At the time of writing and recording this, Trump's controversies continued, attacking Iran and targeting the United Kingdom for not agreeing to his policies. He continues to maintain that the Epstein files are nothing more than falsified documents created by his political opponents. But more details continue to come out each passing day, his allegations and controversies continue to pile up, and as we watch all of these unravel, we have no choice but to remain seeking.